I'm going. Yep, I've been level 99 for a little while now. This is a cool looking final battlefield. Are the feathers going to form into the final boss?
So this is the top.
Look at that! In the sky!
Whoa, nice lag. Nice lag again. PC versions of video games, am I right?
Oh no!
Nyx?
There's no mistaking its power, even without my persona. I've never encountered anything like it before.
And that one doesn't have any numbers on its head. Wow, that's quite the large sword.
You... Ryoji-kun.
Oh, is that like his face?
My name for a time. I almost miss it.
What's going on? Wait, could you be...
I am merely a harbinger of the fall. Or perhaps I should say, former harbinger. There is no longer a distinction to be made between Nyx and myself.
I see. So this is your purpose. Still, I don't regret my decision. We're taking you down no matter what you are!
I see. Then you must already understand. What people fear the most, what they try to turn away from. That is the wretched thing I have become.
We know that.
Yeah, we're ready.
It's the one absolute for all living things.
Then you must also understand that it is futile to resist. Will you still face me? Surely, there must be fear in your hearts.
Yeah, of course I'm scared. But who gives a shit? I've got too much to live for.
I'm sick of running away. Living means looking death square in the face. So I won't back down. Not even from you. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will stop you. This is my choice.
The illusion of choice, this is our answer. I really like Junpei's answer.
See,
Get ready, everyone. Nyx is attacking. I'm also sensing multiple shadows approaching from the lower floors.
Oh, am I gonna have to fight multiple guys?
Stand by, team. Intercept those shadows.
Or that's just an excuse for the party members that I'm not using to go fight something in the background, maybe? Or just like imaginary time limit, so it feels more desperate? Maybe? I don't know.
Come on, everyone.
Okay.
Band together and win this. I know we can do it.
Well, here we go. Nyx
We can
Avatar.
use it now.
Well, you are huge, aren't you? Everyone's theurgies are at the ready. Alright, let's start like I did before. Bloody charge. Alright, time for that final battle music. Battle for everyone's souls. Alright, I don't really know what to do. I assume I can't confuse you. That's not really gonna matter because I'm gonna debilitate in a hot second here anyway. May as well. I don't know. Don't really have much else to do with Yukari here. So I guess I get why some people say that Ken is the better option to use. Debilitate. I guess so. I guess that's what's going on here. I don't know why there was the note about like the other shadows coming up. I love how it's a remix of the Velvet Room theme. That's really cool.
Persona.
Primal Force. I guess I could have gone like right into my... What?
The moment man devoured the fruit of
Theurgy
knowledge,
attack.
he sealed
I was gonna
his
say,
fate.
because he's already debilitated, but
Entrusting his future to the cards, he clings to a dim hope.
why'd that do like all his health
The
except for the
arcana
little
is
bit?
the means by which all is revealed. Attaining one's dream requires a stern will and unfailing determination.
Yeah, that's a really cool touch there. Arcana shift. Remember a YouTube video arguing that the original Persona 3 had better atmosphere or background for this final battle than Reload does?
Nyx's Arcana just changed to the Magician.
Did its arguments feel pretty grounded? The
Properties
video?
changed along with the Arcana. Be careful. It doesn't matter how many times he changes Arcana. He'll damage it once you hit me.
Oh, well, that didn't do all that much to me.
You're what you are.
Uh,
I'm not backing down.
okay, so he just won't take fire damage right now. And he's at full health again. I don't know how this works. I'll figure it out. Anyway, you want to eat a Brave Blade to your face? It's pretty universal opinion. Oh.
The Arcana is the means by which
Maybe I
all
just
is
hit him a bunch of
revealed.
times, and I shouldn't try to, like, buff up that damage all that much.
The silent voice within one's heart whispers the most profound wisdom.
Just hit him enough times to get enough, like, scripted cutscenes to go by. Okay, so now it's Priestess. I don't know what this is, like, mapped out to in terms of, like, weaknesses and stuff. Wow, Reload Nyx really do be so fucking easy. Is it literally just hit him a whole bunch of times? Like, oh. Okay, so I do have to do a decent amount of damage. It's just that I hit for so hard. Okay, so it is phases. I'm just blowing through them because I hit super hard. Okay. I thought it was just like every single time I hit him. Just because I'm doing so much damage that okay. We are literally burning his phases so fast. Oh. Could have fooled me. So I may as well do this because, like, it's a multiple turn thing. So screw it. It's not about levels as much as it is about, like, equipment and Persona builds. The levels don't really matter all that much. Okay, so that didn't just one-shot a phase. Okay, so I may as well still do things like Bloody Charge. So it isn't pointless. Oh, well, I don't have enough HP to Bloody Charge right now, so I'll just do a regular charge this time. This is what I'll do. Methinks. Good thing I have SP. Yeah, levels don't really make that much of a difference in this here video game. Alright, well, time to keep the party up. Oh, and I guess I could use my Theurgy at that point there. So Revolution is on. Oh, Debilitate isn't here. I guess I'll put that on again. I was about to say, this is time to use Koromaru's Theurgy. And maybe I'll use, like, the charge to everyone thing. Is that another phase done? No?
Impossible.
Impossible! He's so confused about why it missed. Well, I could Heat Riser myself. This phase is about to end, so there's no point, like, spending my charge on him right now. So I may as well, like, Heat Riser, right? So I may as well do, I think. Alright, that's what I'm doing. Heat Riser time. Boop! Time to super buff myself so I hit, like, way harder next time. So do I just shoot him? Do I... It might be a bit of a waste to use my Theurgy here. Because look, he's about to go to next phase. Assuming he's not weak to wind all of a sudden. Or resistant to wind all of a sudden. No, he's not. It's ice that he doesn't take any of. Alright, so try this. It seems from online footage that in the original Persona 3... Yeah, look, there it's done. The background is much cloudier and gray rather than green. Huh. Interesting. Didn't balance any of the bosses for the new tools this game gives. Oh. Yeah, this feels really easy so far. I mean, I know I am set up, like, really OP-like, but holy crap. So if these really are phases that I'm burning through, is there going to be one for every Arcana? Maybe it's just going to be the 12 main ones, because that was, like, the whole 12 Shadows thing. I assume. Alright, well, as long as his Debilitate is still going. No point putting on, like, the charge for everyone, because I have mine, so I'll just do that, like, next time. So, I mean, I don't know. See how much damage this does for fun. I don't know. The super boss was pretty difficult. The super boss was actually pretty hard. Maybe this combined with Aigis' thing will take it out, and then I'll go through a fresh new phase when I'm up.
Impossible.
Oh, no. Yeah, when I'm doing standard amounts of damage, it's a very big difference.
Impossible.
Impossible, he keeps saying. Okay. Just accept it. Alright, here's another phase gone.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Only courage in the face of doubt can lead one to the answer.
I'll just keep burning him. Arcana shift. I'll start buffing up my party with Aegis. At least an attack. I don't really think I need to boost up my defense all that much. It seems like it's a finite amount because it's only for like each Arcana. Oh, his sword is like spicier now.
Surge of power from Nyx's sword.
Has he actually swung the sword once yet?
I want to protect this world
Honest question.
and everyone in it.
Should I just like...
I'm ready to
Well, he's not debuffed and I'm not buffed, so there's no point using my theurgy now, I don't think. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I do right now. Sure, just do that. Why not? Bam! Wind to your face. Vector Revolution ended. Alright, screw it, I'm putting it back on right now. I could wait until, like, next turn after I'm all bloody charged up, but, like, whatever. May as well. So this is still going. Oh, he's resisting strike right now. Alright, now I guess it's done with that. Okay. I want to have the extra Arcanas like Ion, which isn't actually a real Arcana, just add because some of the Persona games need more Arcana cards. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I assume it'll just be, like, the main 12, most likely. Oh yeah, I have my theurgy as well. I'm not charged up right now. Do I really need to be charged up? What I haven't tried yet is Trickster. I could see what it's like just for fun. If I do like a concentrate instead, that could be fun. Sure, let's just set up a bunch in general. I'll have my Bloody Charge at the ready for whenever I want to pop it. So I'm gonna have to deal with Yukari in a hot second anyway, so
In this situation,
may as well. May as well, right? Not in a major rush here. Okay, and then go ahead and debilitate again. Like this. I guess I could have done Koromaru's charge there. That's what I could have done. Rather than putting on my Bloody Charge. Weird shaped yellow thing with a face? What? Oh, that time he swung his sword. That actually did a decent bit of damage. Alright, there go my stats. That's fine. Here, then I have both the things. May as well. Yeah, just do that. Alright, so how long is Aegis on cooldown? I usually kill bosses before, or just enemies in general before that ends up happening. Alright, I mean, like, sure, give this a go. Oh, that was a crit, and that didn't really do much damage. I have no idea what this is referring to, so... Here, I'll raise the party's attack. That's more important than defense here. There we go. But yeah, it's supposed to be a fairly short time between phases in the original, but you weren't supposed to one-shot each one? Oh, you're talking about, like, the Personas. Saki Mitama, I believe, then? Ow! It's probably a good thing that I brought Yukari here, then. Oh, she's going next. Alright, well, that's good. Should I try Trickster just for fun? Who has the most magic? Wow, Saki Mitama actually has a lot of magic. Probably Thanatos I'll go with. They're both 96. Thanatos here. And that lines up with Almighty. I haven't seen Trickster yet, so I'll see it. I literally have no idea what this animation looks like, so let's see it for fun. Then I'll use a physical thing next time. I still have my Bloody Charge at the ready for whenever I want it, anyway. Wow.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. It is indeed a precious gift to understand the forces that guide oneself.
There's Personas that are a lot sillier than that. Like, there's literally a persona that's just a demon taking a shit on a toilet, but that's neither here nor there. There's also a dick demon. That's neither here nor there. Would he, like, buff himself up?
Nyx's feathers are floating. What is this? There's some kind of special power.
Yep,
in
that
this
exists.
feather. Be careful.
Yep.
You're going to be
There
more
is.
vulnerable to mental ailments.
Oh, okay.
Just change the poison.
Okay. Do this. As long as you're never resistant to physical or anything. No, it is a thing. Well, I won't use my Theurgy here yet because I still have my Blade Charge. Probably use it on Koromaru's next turn. Just do like a Brave Blade with my next action. Maybe what I'll do. Oh, and I should have debilitated there is what I should have done. Sure, do this. Nope, it does not. As far as I'm aware. Yeah, there's that too. That literally just has a big dick. Oh, that wasn't that bad. Sucks that it's on Yukari, but like... I don't feel like dealing with that. I think I'd rather do this. Well, I'm gonna have to debilitate next turn anyway, so I might not charge immediately. Screw it. There goes another phase!
The means by which all is revealed. There is both joy and wonder in coming to understand the
Pretty sure this is a raid M game. Pretty sure all the Persona games are. Well, here's another phase. This will be a long battle though, I guess. Alright, am I gonna get good RNG? Wow, I did. Nice. Wait, why did I do that? Why didn't I just use her own skill? Whatever. Debilitate. Yeah, I figure it'd be a while, but like each phase where you can't start digging into the next phase in advance or anything like that. I think my attack might wear out here soon. I don't know. I wish it really showed me like a preview of how many turns I have left on each thing. Let's just extend like my attack buff. It doesn't seem like he undoes my buffs, so whatever. No reason not to. Oh, he can do a sexy dance. Hell yeah. If only I had some cash to throw his way. Critical rate reverted. Yeah, that's fine there. So maybe I'll have Koromaru Bloody Charge me coming up. So maybe in the meantime, I don't know when the next time I'm gonna do a magical attack is, but I can just be at the ready and like have a concentrate there. Oh yeah, and I still have Fuka's Theurgy that I can use on something at some point. I just haven't really felt the need yet. They're debilitated, and I'm buffed up, so I may as well give this a go, right? Oh yeah, that's a concentrate for everyone. Not everyone can use that. Like, I just can't really use that, so here, just do this. But yeah. Almost right. Yeah, if there's 12 here with all the Arcana cards at the minimum. Oh, there goes another phase. Okay, cool.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed.
We're not even getting the chance to see some of the attacks that he throws out during some of these phases. So I'm just ending the phases before they begin so much of the time. Well, here's another one. I'm not really bothering to check weaknesses on any of them either. Hey, chariot time. Alright, well, it's probably not that important. Here, let's do power howling. I'll just wreck him at whatever speed I end up wrecking him. There, do that. How about... Alright, well, let's see how much damage this does, assuming he doesn't resist it. Oh, maybe I'll do it another time. I don't think charge is going to affect, like, my normal thing, right? Here, I'll just put this on for now, so I'm saving it. And maybe I'll go for, like, my severe Theurgy next. Oh, he knows Deathbound. Ow, he crit me! Or crit, I guess, technically. I just referred to, like, my whole party as me. Ow. But there's resistance.
I've already scanned this one.
Yeah, so you resist all those things. I have my concentrate up now, too, so I may as well use it then, right? You're not weak to anything, so I may as well use my Thanatos at this point, right? How much damage does this do with a concentrate out of curiosity? Blazer! That ended a phase 2! My almighty attack. I mean, I know I was a concentrate, but like...
To find the one true path, one must seek guidance amidst uncertainty.
Alright, well, no more chariot, I guess. Goodbye, chariot. We're on to the next one. Alright, well. Yeah, like how much damage over how much health he actually has. I would be a little bit curious, like how much health he has each phase.
Thanks.
Alright, do that. Vector Revolution ended. I should re-put on the Debilitate again. I'll use his charge sometime later. Yeah, Koromaru's mostly here on support. Yeah, Vector Revolution ended. Yeah, now he's debilitated. I'm buffed up. Can I end another phase by doing Is this overkill? Should I just use one of my normal arts? Screw it. Screw it, I guess. Okay, so it might be a different amount of health each phase.
By which all is revealed. It requires great courage to look within oneself.
And there goes another phase.
Forge one's own path.
Well, on to the next one, I guess. Time for whatever that one is. I don't have them all memorized. I know some of them. I Volt Current. Hermit, that apparently. Yeah, the only person in my entire party with a weakness. Ow. I mean, I might have weaknesses, like, depending on who I shift to sometimes. Yeah, he's not debilitated. It gets undone with each phase. Do I just want to go for a big physical attack anyway? Yeah, I mean, it basically is. Or I can just, like, burn a turn concentrating again if, like, those almighty attacks are able to do it too. May as well, right? I know my Theurgy's at the ready. I don't know. I don't really... Do I need a heal here?
I have to do this.
I guess I'll charge up my Theurgy and I guess wouldn't mind. So I may as well. Okay, well, debilitate again, because I guess, like, his stat changes reset with each phase. Must be the case.
I'm reading your vitals.
Okay, well,
You're doing great.
yeah, I know I am. And I can just delete another phase when it's my turn again, so I don't really need to start chipping away with Aegis for any reason. So, I don't know. What the hell do I even do here then? Just this, I guess. I have no idea how many turns it's set for now. Ow. One weakness there. Yeah, good luck damaging Koromaru with the accessory I have on him. Alright, well... Okay, it's just Pierce that you're gonna resist from the physical things. In that case, I know I could spend my Theurgy, but, like, I'm pretty sure I'll just end a phase by doing this too, so, like, why would I? Yep, there goes another phase.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed.
So, like, no point using my Theurgy.
Alongside time is
I wonder if without a charge, I could just, like, Theurgy end a phase.
flinching.
Why not? Because my last time I did, like, the Trickster one, it did a lot. It did a lot of damage.
Now it's the Fortune Arcana.
Okay, I
Now's the time.
don't really care, honestly. I don't know. Sure, a little more of that. I think you still have a physical charge.
Appreciate it.
I'm pretty sure here. Alright, well, debilitate again. Koromaru is here to ensure that we end each phase in, like, one hit a lot of the time. I guess. I don't know. Out of curiosity, how hard does Primal Force hit here? That's another phase gone, question mark? Or at least very close. Very close to it. You would care if there was any challenge? Yeah. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, it's about to end. Okay, just don't use those elements and stuff. I still have my Concentrate. I don't have my charge. I can use a Bloody Charge now, just to set up for later. Not like I really need to do anything to end this phase. Someone else can deal with that. For sure, Yukari can deal with that. Were you resisting Pierce? Oh no, that was the last one. Here. Pew! There, I did it. So, I guess almost did it on her own.
One needs strength to endure.
Came very close to it at least.
Above suffering and torment.
You sure are chatty, aren't you? Every time you shift an Arcana. But yeah. Yeah, maybe. I'm kind of half expecting that at this point. Alright. Debilitate again. I might have to restore Koromaru's SP at some point here, just because I've been spamming Debilitate so much. Oh, my defense ran out.
Ready for action. Here I go.
I mean... Are we gonna see any attacks from this phase? I mean... Nope. We're not gonna see a single attack from this phase. He's immediately going to the next before his turn even rolled around.
In the face of unavoidable disaster lies the opportunity to search for redemption.
Yeah, when it came to P3 Reload here, I've definitely been a lot less challenged than I was in P5, I feel like. I've lost track of how many phases we've gone through. Like, it's just so fast. Grim Transcendence. Next avatar gets more actions. Oh, so he gets to do more things every time his turn rolls around. God's Hand. Yeah, good luck with that. God's Hand again.
Damage inflicted.
Resist? Okay. Oh, and then he concentrates. So he gets 3 turns? 3 actions per go now? Yeah, defense reverted. So he's all concentrated up. Not debilitated yet. So, no, I have both my things, so I can't really burn a turn to, like, charge or concentrate. I may as well burn one. Even with his defenses not decreased, can I still end a phase in 1 hit out of curiosity? Even if his defenses are normal? Let's find out. Well, I got a crit, so the answer is yes.
Devoured the fruit of knowledge. He sealed his fate. Entrusting his future to the cards, man clings to a dim hope.
Yeah, there's a lot of really, really strong tools you can use in this game. And it really doesn't feel balanced around it at all.
Beyond the journey
Like, holy crap.
taken lies the absolute end.
I can't wait for this game to absolutely end.
One thing is always certain. Death awaits all.
On to the next one. What are we at now? I guess I can read the Roman numerals on the cards. Okay, so we're at 13 now. Okay, so it is more than 12. But this is the final one, right? Because it's the Death Arcana, the secret 13th one. So now it's like for realsies, right? It's... The super boss is actually really, really hard. I definitely struggle with the super boss a lot.
But the time for that is long past. Is this really what you desire? Well, I already know the answer. Very well. Let us continue until the world meets its end.
I think it's probably tougher than Galdera from Octopath 1, but not as tough as Galdera from Octopath 2. Let's go Ryoji. Doesn't matter what I say there.
I am with you to the very end.
Is she the only one that gets unique dialogue there? Alright, well. So this is the final form, so I may as well analyze. Oh yeah, everything just neutral there. But yeah. Yeah, where it's just like only you act and everyone else just does whatever they feel like doing. Alright, time to debilitate again. So it's time for... Boop! There go all the stats. Alright, our attack is still up. I may as well raise our defense now. So I may as well do. Maybe next time Yukari's turn rolls around, maybe I'll restore Koromaru's SP.
Cannot avoid death. To live is to die. They are one and the same.
Apocalypse? That sounds like it hit hard. Oh, it brought us all to, like, really low. Oh, but my healer's going next. It's fine. I guess that just means I'm not bloody charging right now. I still have my concentrate. And, like, I'm buffed up while you're debuffed, so I can always use Thanatos. Let's see how hard Morning Star hits. I'm curious. Laser time! Pretty hard. Oh, and I could have just used a Theurgy thing. Can I use Armageddon and, like, end things? Do I even want to? Here, do this, and I'm good. I didn't actually kill any of us. I guess it's an attack that's specifically designed to leave you at low HP. Alright, may as well use Revolution now. Maybe next time with Yukari, I'll restore Koromaru's SP or something. Attack reverted? Alright, well, I know what it's time for then. Boop, everyone's attack up. Like that.
Behold, this is the path you have chosen.
Night Queen.
The Arcana has revealed.
Oh, all those Pokemon cards. He, she, whatever has collected.
I'm hit, huh?
that wasn't that much damage. The status ailment is a bit annoying, but do I blade charge now? Or something?
What to do?
Sure. Yeah. That attack bringing the team to low HP reminds me of Sephiroth's Infamous Meteor attack in Final Fantasy VII. Is that how that works there? Here. Bam. Why do I... My brain is so used to just, like, by default going to the items. I keep on forgetting she has a skill I can just do it. Whatever. I just bloody charged. I'm realizing now that I could have done, like, the power howling. Oops. Whatever. Revolution's still going on. Do you still have, like, your own charge? Oh my goodness, you do. Might as well use it. Oh, I got a crit from it! I mean, like, sure. I guess I could have restored Koromaru's HP there. Ice Storm. Well, as long as this doesn't kill me. Like, I'm good. Alright, if this is actually the final phase, I might just win now. Kara's gonna go next so she can just heal afterwards. One last Siegfried. I didn't even need to Theurgy. Oh, they didn't tell me amounts of EXP, so maybe it's not it yet. Though it's also the final boss, so it wouldn't give me any EXP, I wouldn't think. Oh, maybe it's a good thing I saved my Theurgy.
Such a pity. You understand your fate, yet you still fight against it with all your might. If only there were more like you, then perhaps the fall could have been prevented.
Why is there such long gaps between his sentences on the auto advance?
It's too late now.
What is that? It's the moon. It kind of looks like Ryoji-kun's getting pulled into it. No, wait. It's the moon that's being pulled down to us.
You're kidding me. Are you saying that Nyx is the moon itself?
It's coming. Soon it will descend upon us, crashing into the earth.
Where am I?
Hey, what's going on? What the hell is that? Wait, look up there! Is that the moon? What is going on?
I can't get a signal.
My phone isn't working. What's going on?
You heard anything about this? What's going on? Holy crap! Look at the moon! Holy shit, this is amazing! It's really happening. The apocalypse! The world is finally ending!
Last.
You! Oh, marvelous! I can't believe the moment has finally arrived! Shut up!
What are we gonna do? Something's coming from the moon. What is this? It's like something's crushing me. This is nothing.
Unbelievable. Even now you continue to struggle. Shut up, you bastard! Death will be patient no longer. Can't you see that? What can you hope to accomplish now? I wish you were here to see it all, Jin.
to rise up. Just give in.
Hell no. I'm not backing down.
We made our choice. We staked our lives on it.
Amada! God damn it!
We've come so far. It can't end here.
My consciousness is fading.
Leader!
Okay, gotta stay calm. That's right. Like Fuka was when she saved me. I'm the one who said we're always connected. That's how I know you're still hanging in there, Fuka. I'm scared as hell right now. But I know I can't give up. Right, Fuka?
What's going on?
Am I dreaming?
Man, what am I gonna do?
How can this be happening?
What on earth? Is that coming from the school?
Are we in the afterlife, dear?
I have no idea. What the heck is going on?
What's going on? Why is the world suddenly declaring an emergency?
Someone's gonna have to pay big for this one.
I guess all I can do is believe in them. Don't die out there.
Where am I? Velvet Room?
There's no need to worry. This isn't the afterlife. You're still very much alive. Do you remember what I once told you? How the strength of your social links will determine your potential. Listen. Can you hear their many voices? Each one's power is faint, yet they all reach out to you. Can you feel them?
I'm kind of curious what happens if I say I don't know, but I don't really want to redo things just in case it's something like that. Yes, I can sense them.
Close your eyes and listen.
Or maybe it would be the same thing if I said the other thing as well.
But you hear them, don't you?
I can feel my friend's powerful emotions flowing into my heart.
I'll always have your back.
So is this gonna go through every social
All I can
link?
do right now is pray, but whatever it is, man, don't worry about a thing. I know you can do it. I know.
Thanks,
you're
cat
facing
girl
a
lover.
difficult task somewhere out there, but I truly believe that you can overcome any obstacle.
Something frightful is going on, but we're not giving up.
That's right, dear. We have to be strong for him.
For him.
Something crazy's going on here. But I know you're out there doing all you can. I'm not gonna lose hope. I learned that from you.
I'm not
Oh,
here
I
right now.
didn't really do much of
You gave
anything.
me the courage to stand on my own. So please, you can't give up.
Oh god, I'm freaking out here. But I know he's doing his best out there too. I don't even know what he looks like, but I know he's okay. I can feel it.
Is that the voice of one of my own teachers?
I know you're
Is
trying
that the
to
kind of
save
plot
me.
twist there?
You were there when I needed you. I hope I can do the same.
Hey, can you believe what's going on?
I know you must be doing everything you can, so I will too.
Everyone else is scared, but not me. You showed me how to be tough. I won't give up.
How are you doing?
Oh.
I hope. I am here for you, like you was there for me.
Oh no, the French gave me a debuff.
Think of you at a time like this. Well, I suppose you did teach me a thing or two about trust.
You were the one who taught me that running away never solves nothing.
I bet you're somewhere out there fighting the good fight right now. Well, I'm here for you too, kid.
I'll take on any challenge that comes my way without passing blame. You taught me that. I bet you're fighting right now too, huh?
You saved me. I was so blind before. I'm sure you've got things under control, right? You always do.
I know I'm not the only one who's suffered. You've endured a lot too. But you can't just give up. You taught me that.
Can you hear them? These are the voices of hope that wish to help.
So I guess it's not going to do any of the ones in my party.
They are weak, but together they will bring about a great change in you. Now is the time to draw on the true strength of the bonds you have forged.
So what happens if you get to this point and you didn't do like anything social link wise? You had 0 friends. No one liked you. Part of me is kind of curious. I might have to look that up afterwards.
Seeing that card with my own eyes.
Is it an original Charizard?
A surprise. Behold, the greatest power that you and I shall unveil. It is the power to bring about a new beginning, or the ultimate end. With this newfound power, it might now be possible. Perhaps you can save those you hold dear from that which cannot be defeated. What you have in your hands is the power of the universe. Nothing is outside the realm of possibility for you now.
All because I made like, what, 12-ish friends
We will soon reach your destination.
from those other links. I don't know how many it was, but some number like that. Did the elevator finally reach its destination?
It seems that, in addition to death, fate has also dealt you the wild card. You must accept your destiny. Our contract has been fulfilled. I have completed my role as well. You were truly a most remarkable guest.
How are you even standing right now?
Hey, you can't be going out there by yourself.
No, don't go! No, Pete! What are you doing?
Damn it! Why? Why the hell can't we get up?
Don't do this! We've already come so far together!
God damn it!
Why aren't you listening? Come back!
Okay. The true final balance of one film. Where'd my sword go? What is this I'm using now? I always thought that the Battle for Everyone's Souls was the final boss theme, but I guess Burn My Dread is the actual final boss theme? Okay, I'm at 1 health now.
What can we do? How can we help him?
I'm gonna destroy Easter for good.
Don't give up. We're gonna get through this together.
Give him strength! Take my life if you must!
They're gonna restore my HP. The power of friendship surges inside you. It's one of those games. But considering the whole social links and everything, like, it is very justified in this game. Wait, I can't use my persona. I can only attack. So I guess maybe it's all scripted? I don't know. Oh, I did 32 damage. Death. This might just be a scripted thing then. It might not be a real battle in that case, is what it's feeling like if I can only attack. It missed!
You better come back from this! Do you hear me?
I don't believe it. He's going to face it all alone.
No, he's not alone! I'm not letting him die!
I think Junpei might be my favorite character and favorite voice performance in this game. The power of friendship surges within you. Well, I'm not down anymore. Not completely standing up. Different animation we haven't seen before. Attack. Stab, stab. Death. And there's a moon inside there, it looks like. There's an egg inside the moon, which contains another moon. What kind of looks like, or an eye or something. Another miss. Oh, I block it now. Heck yeah.
You promised. Didn't you? Please, you have to make it back.
All right, let's do this.
Was that my character speaking? Or was that Shinji there? It sounded kind of like Shinji. Oh, all healed up. Alright, now I can use Persona. Yeah, it is scripted here. For the cost of all my HP, I can use Great Seal. Unleashes the power within to seal Nyx. Okay, so it's just a final boss for show. Is all it is. Because I have the strength to, like, truly 1v1 something. That's what I had to do with a super boss. I can do it with some other boss. Oh, well. Oh, I got a Steam achievement. The Great Seal. Sealed Nyx. Didn't realize this was the end of Xenoblade.
Where are we? Did Nyx create this place? Or was it him?
Yamagishi, is he alright? What happened?
Everything disappeared after being covered in that light. I don't sense anything now.
Don't tell me he...
The hell are you saying? That's impossible! Try again! You can't be the only one! Oh, wait.
Damn it! Not again!
We put our lives on the line just like he did. In fact, we came here expecting to die. So why only him?
Why am I so powerless? Am I really unable to protect the ones important to me? This is what I was trying to prevent.
You're out there, aren't you? I know you are. I refuse to believe that you're gone. Answer me. I know you're listening.
We're here. Say something, please.
I can hear everyone desperately calling out to me. It doesn't really matter. I'm okay.
Don't worry.
That voice.
I will sleep once again. Peace will return to this universe. For you. And for him. He's found the answer to life's greatest question.
I did?
It's happened a bit sooner than it will for the rest of you.
Life's greatest question.
I guess you'll find the answer one day as well.
Oh, is that why the DLC is called The Answer?
It's precious. Irreplaceable. You just need to realize how the bonds of friendship have changed you.
The bonds of friendship.
The Dark Hour will soon vanish from this world. You will truly be liberated from its dominion. The legacy of life will continue. Congratulations. You have the miracle you sought. May we meet again someday.
now we're... How did we end up back... Hey! Look over there!
Whoa, what's up with Tartarus?
It's finally happening. Everything's going back to normal.
Our job is done.
Wait, is that...
You're back!
Talk about a long day at school.
Oh, thank goodness!
You sure took your damn time? Seriously, you were really stringing us along there.
You had me going. I was starting to think we'd never see you again.
Guys, come on. This isn't the time to be crying.
You're crying too, Sonata-san. Finally, the team's all here.
Leader. Huh? I'm... Oh no, they won't stop. What's wrong with me?
In the midst of my warm welcome back, the dark hour is quietly coming to an end. This time, never to return. The battle is ended. By an unexpected miracle, the world was saved from the fall. Peace was restored, and people resumed their busy lives. No one remembered anything about the extraordinary turn of events, and so the season changed. I was trying to like enable auto before I went to the next thing. Wow, time sure does fly when you're having fun, huh? Oh, I did enable auto.
Yo, damn, it's cold. But of course, you never miss a day of school, huh? I'm impressed. Man, this year really flew by. We're practically third years now. Only one more year of high school. You think there's anything interesting on the horizon?
You never know.
Looking at the current third years, I'm not really sure. Pretty much all they do is freaking study. Sure doesn't look like fun to me.
Yeah, this pretty much looks like the bad end, but without the world coming to an end.
Hey, is that girl looking at us? Dude, she's pretty cute. How come I never noticed her before?
What are you talking about? She lives in the same dorm as us.
Wait, she does? What's her name then?
I don't know.
Sheesh, then you barely know more than me. Anyway, it's always crazy in the dorms this time of year. With so many people coming and going. Oh yeah, did you hear? Sonata-senpai's moving out. You know him, right? He's the captain of the boxing team.
Yeah, not that I really talked to him. And obviously all the graduates are leaving. Kirijo-senpai's getting ready to move too.
Kirijo. Oh, the student council president. She's in our dorm too, huh?
Man, what's up with that girl?
Hey there! Are you looking at us? Is something wrong?
Oh, no. It's nothing.
She looked like she had something on her mind, huh? Wait, you think she might be interested in one of us?
Not a chance.
Man, you really know how to hit a guy where it hurts. By the way, Yuka-tan. Yeah, never mind. Forget it.
What? Just say it. Now it's gonna bother me.
Well, do you remember how we became friends? I mean, don't take it the wrong way. I was just wondering.
Well, it's not like we're best friends or anything. But I guess it just kind of happened.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know what's weird, though? I think I get what you mean. I can't really explain it, but something just feels off. Now that I think about it, that girl...
Ah, crap!
Days have been going by peacefully, without incident. Oh, I get a little bit of gameplay? Class is ended for today. How does it feel to be done with Odyssey? Right, to pick it up for a second run next year? Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll pick this up for a second run next year as well. Is what I better do as the second longest playthrough of the channel. I can save here. I can do a...
Sup, dude? Wanna grab a bite at Hagakure? I haven't had their special in a while.
Can I choose, like, who to hang out with on, like, a final gameplay day? On my birthday, it looks like.
Oh, come on! Don't give me the cold shoulder, man! We're buds, right? We even bonded while playing catch and everything, right?
Oh, jeez.
Guess we
What
never
form is it
actually
here
got
right
around
now?
to
-7, that's not that bad.
Well, anyway,
Very nice.
Hear me out for a bit? I got called into Miss Toriumi's office again. She asked me what I was planning to do after April. Dude, like I know. And I was trying to play it off, but then she got all worked up and gave me one hell of a lecture. It's just me? Or she gotten way more serious than before? Tomochika was saying that you can't even bribe her with cake anymore. Oh, hey, did you hear from Tomochika about the new teachers coming in April? Apparently they're all women.
Yeah, that's what I would have expected.
Stoked he was.
But last year was really weird,
Honestly,
too.
I was getting major secondhand embarrassment.
Where snow only stayed on the ground in the new year.
None of that really matters to me. I already got a special someone. Huh? I did have a special someone, right?
Maybe not the best thing to be alright with, but,
Tell such a pathetic lie to try and look cool. I just thought that
I'm sure
there
that's said
was
jokingly, but,
someone special in my life. Have I forgotten something important? Something I never should have forgotten? Sorry, man. I think I'll pass on the ramen, actually.
oh. Well, it's a good thing I saved because, like, the option isn't there anymore.
Something's been bugging me. I just don't know what, but I feel like it's something I shouldn't have forgotten.
Yo, dude, I heard the juiciest news just now. You want to hear it? Of course you do.
So do I just have, like, the option to hang out one final time with anyone that I maxed out? Because I know SEGA isn't
Okay,
here.
here goes. This is just
So maybe things would be
between you
different if
and
I
me,
maxed her out. I don't know.
Get this.
Maybe I'll look
So,
that up after.
Next month, I heard we have 3 fine-looking teachers coming in. After Miss Kano leaves, the faculty roster kind of loses its spark, you know? Miss Toriumi has that weird secret, Miss Onishi is obsessed with medicine, and Miss Terauchi is like going to India or somewhere. I mean, come on, even our school nurse is a guy. Sure, guy nurses are out there, but we could do better than him. He's got some kind of anti-hooky agenda. Speak of the devil, you don't look so good. You need to go see that devil nurse?
Okie doke, take care there, Guzba.
If that's the case, sorry, dude, but you're on your own.
I want to explain this
I refuse
game.
to set foot in that so-called nurse's office.
I don't
Those
even know
new
where I
teachers are
begin.
coming by today to check out the campus. I'm thinking about hanging around the faculty office to scope them out. Wanna come? There you go again. Always the cool customer, aren't you? But look, we got electives to choose next year, right? So we've got to make sure we choose the right one, if you catch my drift. Wait a minute, wasn't today... Oh, crap! Sorry, man, I gotta split before she gets here.
Who's she?
My little sis. She'll be coming here starting next month, so she's gonna swing by today and look around.
It do be the rule.
I'm not gonna be her damn tour.
At least this game is beaten now. I think this is just like
by the hand everywhere.
the last discussions with
An older
people.
sister instead. Well, anyway, I'm gonna jet. Later.
I think I would describe it as like you're a high school student who spends day after day after day hanging out and chatting with people to get to know them better, while occasionally going up a dungeon tower.
Damn, this sucks. I really
That's
want
what
to
this
see
game
those new
is.
Teachers. I don't want to wait a whole month. Oh yeah, when my assistant rolls next month, I'll introduce you to. She loves to yap, but maybe she'll shut up if you're around. Just help me, for the love of God. Wait, but then you'd become my brother-in-law one day, huh? I don't know about that. Ah, shit, I gotta go. Later.
I can't hang out with him anymore. So yeah, you pass up your chance if you don't take them up immediately. Good thing I saved. To anyone who somehow watched this whole series, A, congrats, and B, what was the highlight for you? Like, asking that as like a question in the comments. If there is anyone that's watching to this point, because yeah, I have my doubts. And it's technically not over yet. There's still DLC.
Oh.
But yeah, this should be the end of the main game.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about you. Can we go somewhere else?
Why?
I don't know, sorry. You look like you could use some rest anyway. Don't worry about it. I'll see you later then.
Oh, that's it for that?
Oh, sorry, I was, can we?
Oh, these ones keep on having an option. Okay. Lots of people around here. Okay, guess I'll go this way first. Where are you? What?
For you. This came for you.
Track team advisor. Oh.
I bet his school is sorry he's gone. Ooh, he was a heck of an athlete. But it's good news for us. There's nothing standing between us and total victory. Well, I'll see you around.
I received a letter from Hayase. I better read it. Oh, this one's gonna go through anyway.
I don't know your address, so I'm sending this to the school.
Hayase's firm handwriting fills the page just so that I can still talk to him. I can almost see Hayase's face.
I'm doing good. I'm starting to get used to the job, too. The real reason I'm writing...
Oh my kid, I'm not using this for a thumbnail, the final part.
Before, I'd pretty much given up hope of ever continuing. Except there was a part of me that refused to let it go. I don't care what it sounds like. Track and field was my whole life.
I can tell Hayase was in a good mood when he wrote that.
I guess the factory manager realized what's up and he wants to help me out. We're gonna make a track team here. Well, I call it a team, but it's really just a few guys at the factory. We practice after work and sometimes on our days off. The other day we did endurance swimming at Lake Biwa. We've even climbed Mount Hiei. We don't have fancy equipment like before, so we're not as efficient. But I'm still having a blast. Most of the guys are
over 150, huh? It's over 200.
But I guess it'll even the playing field for them. How about you? You're still at it, right? I'm sure you're just gonna keep getting better and better. It's weird how badly I want to see you improve.
But AC Odyssey was longer.
Look, one day, you and I are gonna go.
Excluding this stream, I already have daily uploads scheduled until January 25th of next year. So this is probably well into February at this point.
Feels nice having a goal to work toward.
In terms of the daily upload schedule.
Oh yeah, and my mom's getting better. She's in a long-term care facility with lots of fresh air. My relatives and friends come by the house, so
We'll see if it hits 250 by the DLC. I hope not.
Things have been pretty great these days. I feel like
AC Odyssey was 280 if I recall.
it's really fulfilling. And I get to feel that way because of you. So, thank you. Can't wait to see you again.
The letter ends there. Oh, that was a very nice letter. Where'd it put me? There's a person here. Oh, I didn't even see you.
Oh, hey, are you going home now? Okay, then I am too. At least I want to, but I've actually got somewhere to be today.
Your mouth movement looks like someone has stuck their hand into like a puppet here and is just going like that. What is this? The one that prompts for the hangout? Where?
I'll tell you, but don't laugh, okay? I'm going to the public library. Because, like, there weren't any books.
If there is actually any real hangouts. Maybe all these chats do count as the hangouts, and only the ones that, like, keep the icon on them, like, like Yukari are like the real hangouts. I don't know.
Try studying stuff like that now. But since we've already bumped into each other, want to chat for a little longer? At least until we reach the entrance.
Okay, and this becomes a thing then, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna head off.
Going home already?
Pretty much. I gotta get back and study. Hey,
According months in advance, you prepare for something, I have a backlog just in case. No, it's just like,
anything to work towards until now.
why would I put this off for later if I can get it done now?
I've been slacking off.
And then I have less stuff that I need to worry about next month.
Grades really suck.
I don't think anyone really cares about like the daily upload schedule. I just do it so that like my stuff is more spread out.
Seriously, it's like a foreign language.
So I'm not gonna think like, oh, I already have videos of Persona 3 Reload going up until January 25th. Then I can feel free to just not touch this game until January 25th and then play it sometime closer to that point when it's no rush. When it's like, I think I'd rather just kind of get it done in one fell swoop and then it turns into like however many parts it turns into and goes up on whatever schedule it goes up on. Especially considering I doubt that there's anyone that's watching it like day to day. It's not even something I publish to the sub feed because I usually have so many series ongoing at once that I'll usually only choose like 1 or 2 big ones that get published to the sub feed. Right now, it's Mario and Luigi Brothership that gets published to the sub feed. And my other things like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which I think is actually like done and it's uploads now as well, and things like Persona 3 Reload and Final Fantasy 16 and all that don't get published to the sub feed. So the only way that anyone even finds out these are coming out is if they've been watching it like as it comes out and get like recommended on to the YouTube homepage because of that, or just like checking in regularly on the channel to see like the new stuff. So I don't really see it as like, oh, I may as well take this time to start a new game and then do like Persona 3 Reload later because it goes on for a little while. I figure like, hey, I may as well just do it now. It becomes whatever it becomes, and the whole daily upload schedule doesn't really matter all that much for like my background series is. Like I'm mostly cutting them up into parts and publishing them there just so that it becomes like an archive that people can look back on. Like maybe a couple of years from now, someone tunes into my streams and finds out that I did a Persona 3 Reload playthrough, and here's a convenient place that they can find it, and it's all together in one playlist. So I like using my YouTube channel as a bit of an archive of sorts and having that all available there. So I mean, I could take all my Persona 3 Reload stuff and just publish it all at once, and then like, bam, it's all out there. But it's like, if I have it available anyway, I may as well just publish them like 1 a day, and then it's like trickling out if anyone cares about that. But, you know, if I'm gonna get the same amount of stuff done anyway, it's like, I may as well just like finish this off during this time rather than starting something new right now and then putting this off and then I have more things ongoing at once. It helps me stay more accountable for finishing things off rather than being like, oh, I have a month and a half that I can do without streaming this game and still be on top of the upload situation. That means I'm not going to touch it for a month and a half and start other new things. Well, then in a month and a half, I'm going to have this to come back to that I never finished off. Like, I'd rather get through it, you know, is kind of the case. Like, I don't really care about having a backlog or like uploads that are going to be around for a while even while I'm away. Like, that's not really what I'm aiming for at all. Yeah, appreciate the daily upload schedule. Watching those Mario and Luigi videos, they're hilarious. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. So I guess you could argue that matters a little bit for like the ones that I publish to the sub feed. But stuff like this that are going on for 200 plus parts that I doubt anyone's really tuning into on a regular basis. If anyone wants to comment and prove me wrong, then great. But it's mostly for archival purposes there. And in a perfect world, I think I'd only have like 2 or 3 games going on at once, not like 6 or 7 like I've had at some points earlier this year.
Well, anyway, I'll be focusing.
Like sometimes I'll still prioritize the ones that I'm like further behind on or gonna be about to run out of uploads in the next couple days.
Impressive, right?
But for the most part, it's just like, yeah, let's get through this stuff. And this has been less parts than Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and yet the Assassin's Creed Odyssey stuff is wrapped up, and this is still ongoing, even though this is shorter than AC Odyssey, just because, like, I was super busy at the beginning of this year because of the final semester of university, and there were significant spans where there were no uploads of the series going on, because I was taking so long between streams, because I was so busy with the university, and then traveling for a while and all that, and it's only been lately that I've been going ham on it, like, the past couple months here, so now it's, all of a sudden, going on until like February of next year at this point. And you could say that I could just wait on starting the DLC until next year then, like if I'm done with the main game now. I could just not start the DLC until February and still like not miss a day. But I think I'd rather just like get it started and get it underway and be more on top of it so I have more openness next year, more things that I have leeway to be able to do, because it's gonna get done at some point anyway, so may as well do it sooner rather than later, especially with like a whole bunch of things that are seemingly gonna come out next year. Plus, if I start the DLC of this before the Christmas break, or like before I spend time with family out of town between Christmas and New Year's, then I can like grind while I'm out of town and I can't stream anyway. Like I'm not gonna be streaming while I'm out at the family's lake cabin, but I can totally, I already have Persona 3 download on my laptop and I have grinded out there before. So I can just totally like use my Steam Cloud Save thingamabob and get the answer load to there. And then I get, while I'm gone for like a week and a half, whatever it turns out to be there, I can make some progress in the answer. Be like, hey, look at all these cool personas I have and yada yada, you know? So I may as well do that. So I plan on starting the DLC before Christmas, because that gives me something that I can work on while I'm out of town as well, even though I could just not miss a day, and by starting it like sometime in February and still not have to worry about missing any of the upload schedule there. So yeah, Serious Play is also just great to boot up while working on a project. They're an excessive content you can occupy yourself with. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Something I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, there's some long ones.
I went back to the hospital to get a
Holy
checkup
crap.
on me.
Some of them, like this one.
Results
My
are-
god. And if I haven't been like fully engaged playing this game all the way through, I would have my doubts about anyone being fully engaged watching this game all the way through, because holy crap, once the credits roll and I try to amass my thoughts here and give my full review, I have things to say about this game.
I was so happy.
Oh man. Oh yeah, most definitely.
So hard.
Game of the year every year right here.
How would things have gone if I'd kept running through the pain? I was pushing too hard, only thinking about myself. I got pissed off when things didn't go my way. So I threw out the advice I got, shot my knee to hell. Man, I was such a moron. At least I can see it now. I kept saying it was all for my nephew, but in the end, it was just about my own damn pride.
I'm glad that you can reflect on that now. Took this long to get through. Think about the devs that had to pour countless hours into this.
Everyone on the team and my parents all worried about me.
I might have had more fun developing than playing in a case like this game. Though I guess it also depends on like what I'm working on and for how long, which part. But I do think that like the puzzle solving that comes with like design mechanics a certain way can be interesting and engaging as someone that has made 4 video games in the past 7 years of university. You really were.
Seriously, it pisses me off just thinking about it.
You took it well.
It took me this long, but at least I finally snapped out of it. Thanks,
Well,
man.
good on you.
It's because of you I'm standing here on 2 feet. I swear, things will be different from here on out. I want to repay you all for what you've done for me. No more stubborn pride. I'm gonna listen to what others have to say, even when it's not what I want to hear. Well,
Wow, you really grew.
I just wanted you to be the one I break the news to first. I'll run around to the faculty office and club room later to let everyone else know. Have a good one.
I will.
Dude, are you good?
I can't turn my camera during these.
Tired.
It would be funny if you could get a reverse card right now.
Get some rest, man.
I just ruin a friendship at the end of the game. That would be so funny.
Spring tournament. You slack off, I'm gonna leave you in the dust.
Someone just starts hating me.
Man, I had everyone worried sick. Well, the Miyamoto family has a saying for times like these. Nothing repays a
That would be
better than
so
a
messed
partner.
up.
Just you watch. Next run I do is gonna be a record break.
Like, what a slap in the face at the end of the game. Now, imagine you find out there's actually another 100 episodes worth of content is all bait that ends here, or it just turns out that the DLC takes that long. According to how long to beat, it takes about 18.5 hours. So, if I do about half an hour per part, that's gonna be about like 37-ish. And if we're in the early 200s now, like, what was it? Hold on. And my stream manager, it went up to part 201 as of last stream. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. But like this final part will be like one long thing of like the final boss and ending. So let's say this is 9 parts right now, plus the 37 is going to make 46, plus the 201 that there already is for 247. This might actually come pretty close to 250 parts, this whole series all in all.
You don't look so good.
It's gonna be really close. I don't know what we're at right now. If this really is like 9 parts this stream, then maybe this will be part like 210, and then it's a nice even number and kind of satisfying. Well, but super satisfying if it was something like 200 on the dot, but oh well. 210's pretty satisfying too.
Well, we're in the same grade, so I'm
Yeah,
sure
but they recently pushed an update that doubled it in a BDSP style day 1 patch. Yeah, just doubled the content of the game.
Even so.
Oh my god, I'd be so
I wanted
mad.
to say this while we're both still on the
And is a whole new Atlus game that came out that is a whole bunch of content if I decide to play it, being Metaphor ReFantasio. That came out, what, like 2 months ago now? And everyone treats it like it's the second coming of Christ, like it's just one of the best video games ever made. And I was like, I would play it. It looks like something that I have interest in, but I just don't have space in my schedule. And there's other things that I want to get through here in the near future, so if I ever do play that game, it might not be for a little while.
I'm going to quit.
But it sounds like it's really good.
Well, this semester is just about wrapping up. All this means is I'm not going to apply next year.
Maybe I'll get it on sale at some point if I'm in no rush. It does look like something I'd like. You could argue that that's a whole bunch of content, but at least that's not in this series.
Do you think this country is headed in the right
Who knows, like, how long Assassin's Creed Valhalla is gonna take me? Considering Assassin's Creed Odyssey from this year is, like, now my longest single playthrough of a game ever on this channel at 280 parts, and Valhalla is apparently comparatively long. From what I've heard, I don't think it's as long as Odyssey, especially now that I realize how long these get. I'm gonna be, like, bum rushing it more. But I am wondering if, like, Valhalla's gonna become another 200+ part series that I'm starting in, what, a little bit over 2 weeks time now, I guess, if it's now the 14th of December, 2 in the morning. So, like, we'll see. Speaking of not having space, how much space does your computer have? Feel like it'd always be near full. I uninstalled Assassin's Creed Odyssey already, so I don't have to worry about that. But on my C drive, I don't actually have I wouldn't have had space for Valhalla and Odyssey, but I do also have 4 drives. Like, just because hard drives and solid state drives aren't really the kind of things that I would throw out. Well, don't throw out any computer parts, but I mean, I don't leave to collect dust when I build a new machine. So, like, even my very, very first hard drive from my very first custom-built computer I ever had is in this machine right now. Because, I was about to say, because it's not like they go bad, but technically they do. And I should make a backup of some of that stuff. But I actually have a lot of space on my computer. How much space do I have in total? I actually don't know here. So my main C drive is a SSD that is, what are they called? Whatever the term is for, like, the SSDs that are directly plugged into your motherboard, like one of those kinds where it's just like a stick that you plug in. So I just have, like, my OS on there, essential programs, and, like, games that I think are going to be really pushing it. I don't remember if Persona 3 Reload is on my C drive or not. It might be. I just installed 150 gigabytes of Assassin's Creed Valhalla a few days ago onto my C drive, so that's like 150 gigs of that. This is my very first hard drive from, like, my first computer build ever. It was a 4 terabyte drive, and I put, like, a whole bunch of miscellaneous stuff on it. This is my first solid state drive I ever got for, like, my first hybrid machine. It's just 500 gigabytes. I was like, oh, I'll just put, like, my games and programs on there. But now that I have, like, a better solid state drive, because this is, like, a cable connected solid state drive, this is, like, directly into the motherboard, so this is, like, the best drive that I can put things on to load things the fastest. And then I put, like, a bunch of, like, my emulated games and emulators and stuff like that on this, or things that I think I don't need to, like, have the best on my machine. So I have, like, a Steam folder on there, I have a Steam folder on here. I don't remember if I do for these drives, but, like, most of my stuff goes onto this 10 terabyte hard drive here, just because, like, hard drives are really cheap nowadays, now that, like, solid states are the new big thing, and you can manufacture, like, hard drives really cheaply nowadays. So I got this a few years ago, so there's a lot of my stuff here. I've been trying to get this uploaded to YouTube properly, like a full video essay of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I just put it here so I could find it easily, and it's 48 gigabytes. So I have a video essays folder of, like, all the video essays that I've ever made or have, like, worked on. Like, some stuff here hasn't come out before. I think this is stuff that OBS needs to actively load. There's not much stuff in here. This is basically like all the Nintendo Directs and Pokemon Presents and like the Harmonic Jams podcast stuff. Here's all my playthrough stuff. So all the playthroughs I've ever done or have planned to do all goes into this folder in their own subfolder. So if I pull up Persona 3 Reload here, here's like all the shots that I use for thumbnails. I literally just name them like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sometimes I'll do like 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. If I'm like, I'm not sure which will make the best thumbnail. I'll decide later. And then I have like multiple choices and stuff. So there's a lot of images in like all these folders. So yeah, there's that. And then here's like all the thumbnails that I've made, and I have projects for things like, and I have like the tags and like all that stuff. So I have things for like all this stuff here. Here's the Persona 5 Royal one. So there's a whole lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of things there. That was 265 parts, I believe. Yeah. So I don't think 3 Reload is going to take as long. But yeah, if you're a content creator, probably going to have something like 5 terabytes, 9 terabytes. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's technically a 10 terabyte drive, but it's really not because the way drives work there. Ever any plans for a Patreon? I already have one. I don't think anyone knows about it. Is the case. I've had one for like 2 years now. It's in the description of all my videos. But I don't think anyone has ever like joined it. If they have, like, I've never gotten any notifications about it. Like, and I would assume that there would be like notifications for that kind of thing. Oh yeah, I guess it's not linked on my Twitch. That is a point. What is even on it? I don't really upload anything to it because I've never had anyone on it. It's just like, I may as well release stuff early if anyone joins onto that. But I also try to release stuff early for like YouTube members sometimes, like video essays that I'm working on sometimes. Though I don't really know what kind of stuff apart from that I could really release for something like a Patreon or YouTube members. Really just like, here's early drafts of videos that I'm working on. Like, I've been thinking about doing that recently for like a big project that I've been working on that'll probably release publicly at the end of the month here. So yeah, here's all the, here's like all the games I've ever done / thought about doing and have like different folders for. So there's playthroughs. Game footage takes a lot of stuff. So whenever I make any video essays, I download the footage for them for my playthroughs and I put them in here, and there's subfolders for all the things here. And then I have the space, I figured let's not delete them, and then I have a lot of footage. Like, because I've been thinking about doing a Xenoblade Chronicles 3 video essay for a long time, I have a lot of videos about Xenoblade Chronicles 3, for example. And I always put, like, the number of the part in the very beginning, so I can sort through them easier, so it's, like, in order like that, because it sorts by name and all that. How much stuff is in here at this point? It's only the first 100 items that tells you the size. That's 150 gigabytes. So 150 plus, and there's some character sprites, 150 plus 46. So I have 200 gigabytes of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 footage on my computer. And it's not even my entire series. You can see it goes 1, 2, skips 3 because that's not important. Like, basically just the ones I thought were important. So I have a lot of video of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on my computer, and a lot of different videos. I think I have a lot of Breath of the Wild stuff. A decent bit, at least. Not as much as I thought. What do I for sure have a lot of stuff of? Pokemon Scarlet and Violet from, like, those video essays. Like, holy crap, I've got to have a lot of stuff there. And these are all, like, names of clips of stuff that are relevant. Here's where we get into, like, the actual stuff here. How much footage of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet do I have? I wish it would show, like, the size once you got past 100 here. Sadly, it doesn't. Whoops. Gosh dang it. Now that I unselected. 100 has to go 99. 133 gigabytes plus. So 133 plus 27. So that would be up to 40. So that'd be 160. Wow, I actually have more footage of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on my computer. I mean, maybe more when you count like all these clips of like a bazillion different things and different stuff here. Back when I was still doing like shorts by downloading them on my computer. There's a lot of stuff. There's probably a lot of stuff for like Legends Arceus and stuff then too. I think I was doing that for like shorts. So if I have a lot of footage. It's not gonna show the size there. Yeah, there's 100 gigabytes when you add like probably all this stuff, all the different clips and things. So I keep all my game footage in here. I keep some emulated games here, like things I figure probably don't need to load all that fast. When I did my playthrough of Metroid Prime 3 at HoloLand, I didn't have it in this folder here. I had it on my C drive, was the case. And then I'd later just like put it into that folder afterwards. So this is basically like my en masse storage drive. That is what it is for. Here's like a whole bunch of games. Here's all the game footage that I could ever need from a bazillion different games. Here's all the music I use in my videos. It all comes from here. And yeah, when I download stuff, I figured just don't delete it. What if I want to use it again in the future? So I have a lot of stuff I'm constantly adding to this if I want to use new stuff in videos. All the playthrough stuff I've ever done, all the podcast stuff I've ever done, stuff that OBS can quickly load, and all the video essay stuff I've ever done. Like, this is the drive to just dump all of that stuff on. This is like a bunch of old pictures and stuff like that, and stuff from like my old computers. This is a bunch of games and programs, and this is my OS and a bunch of games and programs. That's the way that storage on my computer is handled. But yes, I am taking up a lot of space on my. In fact, how much is that I'm using with all my stuff? So that's about 800 gigabytes being used, plus that'll be 5 used there, so about 5.8 terabytes. Plus that's about 300-ish that's being used then in that case, so about 6.1 terabytes. And then I'm using about 1 there, so about 7.1 terabytes, maybe a little bit more. And I still have space to play around with. I mean, when I'm playing new PC games, I will uninstall things from this and then install the new one. So yeah, there's no more Assassin's Creed Odyssey on my machine. That's gone. It's gone. Reduced to atoms. So like, I manage. I might need to upgrade some of my drives at some point. I could see myself potentially getting another SSD that goes right into the motherboard. Why am I forgetting the name for those right now? Because I think my motherboard has 1 more slot to put those on, so I could put another one on there and maybe upgrade the size. If I ever find one on like a good sale or something like that, I could see myself getting it. Country's heading in the right direction. It depends which country you're referring to. I assume Japan here, where this game takes place. I don't know about the direction Japan's going. I think so.
I see. Well, I feel differently.
Yeah, if we were talking about like Canada or the States, I'd feel differently there. Game casually gave you a flamingo with the same attack power as Entei on the first route. Did it have the same attack power as Entei, really? So a player has to intentionally nerf themselves by not using it if they want any challenge. I did not know that. Scarlet and Violet to be worse than Sword and Shield. I would agree there. I made sure there's more content, but as for balance, there is none. 115 base attack, that's really funny.
So
I did not know that.
Society looks different through your eyes. Up until January, there was a sinister cult growing in popularity. A society without a future. For many people out there, that's the reality. I was thinking how we could change that, and what it would take to change society. My answer to that used to be...
Yeah, I have a lot of Persona 3 Reload stuff on my computer at this point.
I thought that was the only way.
I'm really glad that Twitch can store a whole lot of my shit long term as well, quite frankly. Like, if I pull up the video producer, like, so I don't have every single video of my streams ever, like, on my computer. I would run out of space so fast. Like, there's absolutely no shot. Just looking at 250 gigabytes of Xenoblade 3 for just parts of the series, for example. So I have a whole lot of stuff here. And so when I cut things up into parts, I export them to YouTube, and then YouTube can store it. But I also have them on Twitch for, like, the full original stuff. I put, like, little notes for myself where it's like, yeah, I didn't quite cut this off at, like, because Twitch, you can only cut things off with the highlighter at, like, a second amount. You can't go, like, millisecond or anything like that. You can only go like that. And, that was earlier today. And I might be, like, mid-sentence there, so I'll put notes for myself, just like, hey, yeah, just, like, cut out the beginning or cut out the end, or something like that. So sometimes I'll just have, like, stuff that I can go back to here. But it's really sad. There's no, like, search thing. You can't search your VODs for what you're looking for. So if I'm looking for something specific to download from Twitch, then I have to freaking go to my YouTube playlist for it to find the dates that I played it. Like, played September 2020 to November 2020, and be like, all right, well, these are dated. And then I literally just spam here out of 8,609 videos until I get to, like, the dates I'm looking for, or, like, around this section. It's like, okay, there's part X of this series, I need to go a little bit lower, or there's part X of that series, I need to go a little bit higher until I find what I need. And I do a lot of that when I'm doing, like, video essays. I'm looking for specific footage, and I remember, wasn't there this one part of this one series that's relevant? And then I spend a lot of time going through here, and a lot of time clicking, and then I eventually find what I need. So yeah, I really wish there was a search bar. I really wish it was like YouTube Studio where you could just search for what you're looking for. But there's nothing like that, because Twitch is a perfect platform with no issues whatsoever. Yeah, that's really fun. And there's a lot of time that I spend in video editing of projects that is just me tracking down the thing that I need. Like, even when I drag on the video that I need, it'll take a little while to find on the timeline, here's the specific part of it that I was looking for. So let's go ahead and like cut off the stuff before that point, copy it, paste it into the part that I need, and then cut off like the end where I need it to be cut off in the next clip. Then I drag in like the next full video and find the specific part of that video that I need. So what I honestly do while I do that is I watch like anime on the side and get like caught up on series. Like, I never thought that I'd get into One Piece because I was like, there's way too much of that. I am 630 episodes into One Piece now, because that is what I watch on the side when I'm tracking stuff down or getting the exact thing where I need in the timeline. And then I pause the show, and then I watch like the 20-second clip that I made in the timeline, and it's like, great. Now then I figure out what the next thing I need. I listen to my commentary and be like, okay, this is the clip I need for this point. And then I pause the timeline in my video editor, and then I play the anime again, and then I go to like my game footage folder, and I find the exact thing that I need, and I drag it in my timeline, and then I find in the timeline the exact thing that I need, and I put it where I need it, and then it's like, all right, let's see how this turns out. And I pause the show again, and then I play the timeline in my video editor. So I've been getting through one of the longest animes ever of One Piece by literally watching it in like 20-second spurts over and over again. Like, I'll watch 20 seconds of it and then watch like 10 seconds of my video editor, and then 20 seconds of One Piece and then like 10 seconds of my video editor. And that's how I've been getting through One Piece. That's how I manage stuff on my computer. That's how I find the stuff that I need. And that's how I've been getting through like one of the longest animes ever on the side. But yeah. So there's that. No, I can't control F. It only does 20 per page on Twitch there. Oh, I was saying about the number afterwards. So yeah, trim this, play this so you know exactly where I'm trimming, play that. Yeah, pretty much. Now do the 1300 episodes of Pokemon anime. I'm not as interested in that. I have watched every single episode of Pokemon up until probably a third into Gen 4.
But starting a revolution just because you have the
I think I did that when I was in junior high school. I'm not really that interested in trying to do that again. Like, it doesn't have as much of an overarching story that would really interest me. And I think that if I wasn't handling it like this, I would never be able to get into One Piece. Like, it does do some really interesting things that I've liked, but oh my god, it does it so slowly. But when I'm just watching it in like 20-second spurts over and over again, it's like, who cares? It just becomes background noise at that point. So, yeah.
How naive I had been.
I watched Indigo League, you love Team Rocket. Team Rocket is where it's at. My favorite character in Pokemon in general, like if you're counting both games and anime, I think has to go to James from the anime. Like, I think James is like my favorite Pokemon character, hands down. He's so good. I love James.
Arrive at a different answer.
Yeah, it really is at a glacial pace, just so that they could get that like weekly schedule out, just like me with my daily schedule with videos. I heard, I don't know if this is true, I just briefly heard it, but apparently there's like a remake of the One Piece anime that's coming out, and I think it's gonna be coming out to Netflix because there's so many episodes now and people don't want to go through at a snail's pace. So apparently they're like redoing the anime, they're giving it a remake, so there'll be like the original, which still isn't done, and a remake version that actually gets on with it a little faster and is a little bit more feasible for people to watch.
Every last individual
so yeah, spending like 10 episodes waiting for Luffy to realize the twist. Oh my god, yeah. I think one of the most brutal sections was Marineford, where there's like a really, really big battle, and it's like the big kind of turning point in the story. Like, it's the thing right before the midpoint. Like, it's basically the midpoint finale of the story. So there's a big battle going on, and Luffy's goal is to run from like one side of the battlefield to the other side of the battlefield. And oh my god, it takes him like 20 episodes to run from one side of the battlefield to the other. And then there'll be like an entire episode dedicated to, here's another person from the enemy's side that's coming after him that he manages to run past. And it spends like 20 minutes, or I guess less than 20 minutes, when the first several minutes are spent on like a recap of the last episode, just like trying to fight him, and him like doing a little bit of fighting back and then being like, I can't do this, I gotta keep on running. And doing that, it takes him like 20 plus episodes to run across one battlefield. And it's like, oh my god. Like, I would not be able to get through this if I wasn't just doing it as, like, the thing that's playing on the side for me video editing. And I was using YouTube for something on the side for video editing for a while, but then I have to track down stuff that I want to watch, and that takes, like, extra time, and then it's slowing down the rate at which I make the video that I'm trying to make. But by having, like, a super long series like that, when I'm done watching an episode, I just click on the next episode. I move on. I don't have to spend time browsing through being like, what do I want to watch now? Of course, I do save a bunch of stuff to my watch later playlist when it gets recommended to me, and it seems like a good thing to, like, watch later when I have more time. I'm very grateful for the watch later playlist on YouTube. But just having something that I can mindlessly go to the next thing has been great. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do when I'm fully caught up on One Piece, is the case here. Hearing about a live action version that was apparently really good and condensed stuff. Yeah, that was what got me into it. I was going, oh my god, hold on, let's get through this really quickly.
I really believe that's what we need the most. And so, I'm thinking of becoming a teacher. A society
good for you, man.
By its people. Every person I help grow helps society grow by extension. You're not going to laugh and tell me I'm dreaming?
I won't do that.
I see. Well, I plan to do my best.
Good on you, dude. I love how we just started talking about this in the middle of this. And, like, presumably the final part of the main game of Persona 3 here. I'm just extending the runtime on.
Thank you.
Gotta get that retention up, after all. But yeah, I had never heard great things about Netflix live-action anime adaptations. I'd heard that they were always, like, pretty shit. The only one that I watched was the Death Note one, and I was like, oh. And I heard that the other ones were all, like, really bad. And I'd never seen One Piece before, I just knew that it was a really beloved anime. And I heard that there was a Netflix version coming, and I was like, oh, well, time for another one to be ruined there by Netflix, I guess. But apparently the original creator was involved, and, like, had the final creative say, and actually took it in a really good direction. So, I was going to Comic-Con one day, or Fan Expo, or whatever the hell it's called nowadays, and going to go pick up my cousin's kiddos to go with one morning. So I'm up early in the morning, I dressed up in, like, my full Enharmonia cosplay, I'm about to go out the door, and my mom's watching a TV show on Netflix, and I wasn't sure what it was, and just by looking at it, I wasn't really sure what it was, and my mom said that she had been getting really into it the past couple days, and it was called One Piece, and she had never heard of One Piece before that point. I was like, Mom, you're watching One Piece? And she was like, yeah, it's really good, I've been really liking it, and I was really surprised that my mom ended up getting into One Piece out of nowhere, because it was a thing that was recommended as, like, a new thing on Netflix, and she started watching it and really liking it. And me thinking in the back of my head that all the Netflix live-action adaptations of animes were really bad, was thinking, like, oh god, like, it can't be all that good, right? But she really liked it, and I was like, okay, I'll give it a chance. And she liked it enough that she was willing to watch it a second time, so she watched it a second time watching it with me. And it actually really engaged me. It was actually really good. I really enjoyed it. I was like, wow, this is a really enjoyable show. And then I tried to get into the anime, and then it bored the hell out of me, and I couldn't get into the anime for the life of me. But then, when I needed something as background noise for video editing, and to watch in, like, 20-second spurts without thinking about, like, the next thing to watch, I started watching it again. And then I was like, okay, now there's some more interesting stuff going on. Now I can truly get into it. But still not really as something that I can just, like, sit down and give my full attention to watch. Like, it's still great as, like, a thing for editing on the side. So yeah, I think I have it open in a tab right now. What episode am I on right now? What tab did I have it open on? This one right here. It looks like I just finished episode 634, so my next one is episode 635. Is the case. So I'm pretty deep in at this point. I'm pretty deep into the weeds. But man, is it slow! Holy crap! Like, the pacing of the live action one was really good, and I actually like the way that they handled the storytelling in the live action a lot more than the anime, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the live action does from here, especially since the original creator is keeping, like, full creative control and stuff there. Like how Zoro gets recruited, for example, and, like, the second episode of the anime and, like, the first episode, I think, of the live action, where it's like, he basically was like, yeah, sure, go ahead and arrest me and tie me up and starve me and stuff like that. And then, while he's like a pirate hunter that has no interest in doing anything with pirates, and in the anime, Luffy frees him and he's like, oh, thanks for that. I guess I'm going with you now, and my allegiance is to you. And he just like tags along for the entire journey. And it's like, wait, what? How did that happen? What? Didn't he hate pirates, and didn't he willingly let himself get tied up like that? Why is he doing that? Whereas it's in the live action that he realizes that they don't intend on really letting him go and intend for him to die there. And Luffy's like, hey, I'll free you because I'm going through and you seem like a pretty nice guy. Yeah, I know you're saying that you're not going to join my crew. That's cool. Here, you're free. Like, go enjoy life. And then they just so happen to, like, meet again later. And so I was like, oh, should I really help out now that he's in trouble? Like, I guess he did help me. And then, he helps out. And then they all have to escape together because that's a situation they found themselves in, while assuring Luffy, like, yeah, we're not part of your crew here. We're not making any commitments. And then, like, growing more attached over time as they're doing more stuff. And it's like, okay, this feels a whole lot more organic and believable. And I actually really quite like that. Like, the connections felt a lot more genuine in the live action, as opposed to, like, anime, where it's just like, oh yeah, we're best buds now out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, okay. I feel like the later ones definitely handled their relationships a whole lot better, just because, like, things are going at, like, such a slow pace once you get into the weeds, that it's like, alright, these characters have spent so much time with each other, so when you recruit new characters, it is a lot more believable later on in the show. But, like, that very first one with Luffy and Zoro, I was just scratching my head with the anime version, like, what? Why are they, like, together and best buds now? Like, what the hell is going on here? I really, really preferred the direction that the live action took. And if there really is, like, a remake of the anime in the works, it'll be interesting to see the direction that they handle it. Because I do actually think there was a lot of improvements with the live action, and I'm really looking forward to season 2 whenever that comes out. But yeah, let's see here. It said you're at, like, 600 episodes in. Good luck, about to enter the longest arc that just won't end, Dressrosa. It's like 629 to 729, give or take a bit, is a single arc that takes forever, so it made you drop this series. Well, it's background noise for me while I edit, so I'll get through it. Death Note 1 was typical Hollywood movie, I guess. Yeah, but I feel like also, like, really forgettable. Doesn't One Piece take a million years to get interesting? When did I feel like it actually got interesting? I started to get, like, actual interest in it probably around the, God, why am I forgetting the name of it? It's 2:25 in the morning, and I just finished the second longest playthrough of the year, so my brain's a little fried right now. The arc with Crocodile as the villain. Arabasta Saga, that one. My goodness, Arabasta, or whatever the heck. That is the first arc where I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. It's still pretty slow, still taking a while to do things, but this is actually kind of interesting. The next one immediately after that, Skypiea, I thought was boring as hell. And then the ones after that of Water 7 and Enies Lobby are probably my favorite arcs so far. Enies Lobby being my favorite, I'd think. And that one was pretty interesting. Like, they're all still pretty slow. And it's done some really interesting stuff. But oh my god, it takes literally forever. There's no shot I would get into it if it wasn't my thing to have on the side while I edit videos that are taking forever and don't constantly need my attention. That's how I stay engaged with video editing, is when I'm, like, spending time finding the exact thing that I need. It's nice to have this thing on the side that I can kind of glance at from time to time. But yeah, like Skypiea, it wasn't good, but you liked it. That's fair enough. I also don't know how much attention I was paying at that point. So, like, I feel like I didn't fully understand the conflict that was going on because I wasn't paying a massive ton of attention. But yeah, in the slowest arc of the entire series, good luck. Don't worry, I'll get through it because it's noise on the side for when I'm editing videos. I don't know what the next video I'm gonna make is gonna be, because the one that I was mainly making while I was sick is pretty much done now. I just need to, like, proof watch it a couple times and look for issues and then, like, fix those issues and then, like, render a final version, and I'll probably get it out before the end of the year. So yeah, keep an eye. Well, anyone watching this on YouTube after the fact is this will already be published by the time anyone's watching this on YouTube. But anyone watching this live, keep an eye out for, I think it's going to be about 3-hour, 20-minute new video essay that I plan on publishing before the year ends, because, like, it's basically done, so I may as well. And oh, hey there! It's that Maverick dudo! That will be awesome! What, a new video essay here? Because, yeah, I needed something to work on while I was sick. So I worked on a few videos while I was sick. One is already published. It's my Tomatoes video on my new channel that I started. The other one is a new video essay that I've been meaning to do for a while, that I've been kind of trying to keep under wraps a little bit. So it's like, surprise! This is what I was working on. I will say it's not Pokemon.
For everyone except
it
me,
was something else. that I've been wanting to make one on for a little while. But yeah, it's mostly done.
I'll never forget it. And I won't
And I had this script written for about a little over 2 years now, I think. I finally made it into a video because I've been meaning to for so long. So, yeah, the script is kind of old at this point. But yeah, and if anyone's watching this on YouTube after the fact, it's the video essay after the Scarlet and Violet DLC one. If you want to know which one I'm referencing here without me saying what it is. But yeah, how are you doing, Maverick? How have you been enjoying Xenoblade Chronicles 3? Have you been playing a decent bit of it? There's still the gap in my shelf where it used to be.
What's the matter? You don't look well.
I beat Persona 3 Reload.
Are you tired? Try not to
This is the game that I was playing when you came over and told me to stay awake because I was staying awake in class in-game. And it was like, you better be. And then you, like, because I've rewatched that clip a couple of times. And you come up close to my microphone and you're like, have you subscribed yet? I remember. And then you were like, do you have sunglasses? And I was like, what the hell? What are you talking about? I was like, yeah, but they're prescription. And you were like, oh, that's gonna make it even better. I distinctly remember that, and then me looking over at like the big Fragapalooza screen, being like, what the hell is going on there? And seeing like the Take-Two game that was going on now with sunglasses. Has been good, been busy, understandable there. Heck yeah, just about halfway through, just unlocked all the transformations, nice and such. And man's been good, you like it better than 2, but the fan service of 2, now that you look at it, was pretty top tier. I would say that the fan service of 3 is better in the regard of things that players can recognize, considering here's all these things from like 1 and 2 together in one game that you can recognize, like that kind of fan service, as opposed to like the massive rack kind of fan service of 2. So I think it's a different kind of fan service. Yeah, I know what you're referring to there. So yeah, Xenoblade 2 gets it better in that regard, but I think in terms of like general overall thing, Xenoblade 3 gets it better. Oh yeah, also, the, from Fragapalooza, do you still really like the dragon that you got there? Here's a new dragon that I printed in the same filament that your dragon was made of, because I'm pretty sure your dragon that you inked is the, green, blue, and purple filament. Printed this guy recently, who is my new longest print at 14 hours. It's about the length of my arm here, so it's pretty long in terms of, like, actual real length, too, is the case. So, yeah, since my desk is your printer working? It is, yes. I've gotten stuff sorted out. I requested dragon for a Christmas present? What kind? Chinese dragon here? I have a few kinds. And your girlfriend's little sister? Oh, nice. Yeah, this one here is like a new model I recently got. This is a paid model that I got. I paid like $5 to download the model. And a cool thing about it, in addition to like its size and design, is it stands up like that. Like, so you can have it on the ground like that, like the other dragons, or like that, which is really cool that it balances like that. So I have those kinds. There's the kinds I had the most of at Fragapalooza. I just have a few of them lying around here, which are like the ones that you can put a mustache in if you want. I have a hatted one on my keyboard here right now. I experimented with like putting a hat like into the model itself, and then I gave it a little bit of paint afterwards. So this is like my hatted wizard dragon that like maybe I'll glue a stash into sometime later. And I did like a few color changes along the way to do some cool stuff here. And I made one like that. I don't think I have any of my other dragon designs around here right now, but I have a few, like the one that you yoinked and another design. I don't think I have any of them on me right now, is the case. But I have a few dragons around here. I have some on shelves and stuff up there. I think those are my main ones right now. Also, like 30-minute calibration dragons where I like test out filaments and that my printer's working and stuff like that. So yeah, I've been 3D printing some Christmas gifts for people recently. Like, this is something that I found out from my cousin Kova at Fragapalooza there, where there's this design of drink coasters that are leaves that you insert into a plant that you can have on the table. And it's a really cool kind of design where it's like you can have this just on like the centerpiece of like some sort of dining room table, something like that. And then when people need drink coasters, then you take out the leaves, and then everyone gets a coaster to put their drinks on. And I thought that was a really cool kind of idea. I don't know how to properly insert them all. I'm whatever, I'm learning this stuff here. So I thought that was kind of cool. And there's like a few different like branch designs and stuff like that. So I've been playing around with some things because I'm trying to like get some Christmas gifts printed for people. I haven't really done any shopping yet this year. I still need to be on that. I've been sick for the past couple weeks. So I've been doing some things here. I've been printing some signs for people. Like I printed this one for my dad recently that I thought he might like. And there's like some really funny ones that I've seen online recently that, man, this last part is going to take like forever, isn't it? But I do want to pull this up. I think I saved the link somewhere. Let's see here. Where's the one I'm thinking of? Did I save it here? I think, I don't know if I did, but I know I have it saved in like my favorite things. But yeah, that's sick. DM me the price of that one, but worst case, the usual one. I think that the price that cost me in plastic, the Chinese dragon one that stands, is like $4 in terms of plastic cost. I think, yeah, here we go. This is one that I saved. Here's a funny sign that I might print for someone because I think it's really funny. So people design all sorts of things when it comes to 3D printing. It is quite the vast world. So I'm thinking I might print that for someone. I have some ideas in mind of who might like something like that. So I think I'm gonna try and print those. But that's either here nor there. So I found some funny designs recently. If you're printing at your time, let me know a price. 14-hour print at $4 a filament-ish. It depends on what kind of filament I use. I don't know. I can go with like my cousin's rates or something like that. I'd have to look up what those are again. Or probably cheaper. I'd probably go cheaper than them too. You get one of those two, perfect for your roommate to keep the dumb fuckery to a minimum today. I'll see what they look like first. Like after I print my first one, then I can send you a DM of how it turns out here. But yeah, let's see here. But yeah, they are pretty cool here. So there's some cool models that people have made.
I'm sorry. I should try not to call you that in
So yeah, and John Wildcat redeeming a whole bunch of absolutely nothing. Man, this final part is gonna take like forever as I keep on rambling about everything else.
I have some business to take care of later.
Also, think about Xenoblade 3 and 3D printing. People have made full models of Noah's sword. The only free model that I found has just like the full red sword as one piece. But there was a paid model that I found that sounds like it'd be quite the project to print that is like the sword and sheath. So it's so many pieces, like so many model files, but presumably from the way that it looked like in the previews, is literally being able to unsheath the sword from like the sheath sword thingamabob that Noah has going on. And I've thought about getting that at one point. I don't remember how much the model costs, like probably like $5 or $6. Like usually 3D models aren't that expensive. I don't remember what it was. I just remember looking into it at one point and seeing that like there was a free one on printables of just the full solid red sword, and there was a paid model on some site where someone had designed like the sword and sheath as like a full 3D model, which is really cool. There is also like a full Monado model that someone has made that I have thought about printing at one point. I think my print bed is just slightly too small for one of the pieces, though I could always get my cousin to print it if I really wanted to. And make like a full-scale Monado, just print it all in red, assemble the pieces, and then paint like a little bit of blue afterwards. And then maybe with like my long hair and stuff, I could pull off a Dunban cosplay.
I'd like to
I've genuinely thought about doing that at some point, but like, that would be a bit of a project. You would die. And leave room for LEDs. Yeah, and I think people have put LEDs in, Sure, is it actually gonna become a hangout?
In that case,
have I been rejecting people when I shouldn't have? Hold on, is this gonna use a time slot? I don't even know here. But yeah, he's a journeyman mechanic, but all you hear every day is this dumb apprentice, so it'd be really fitting there. Does this actually use a time slot? How does this work? Have I been rejecting people for no reason? Maybe I'll be loading my save if I just used up the time slot here. But yeah, it's a cool kind of thing. Here, let me go back to printables. It's probably a model I saved, or I could just look it up here. I swear, this is a thing that someone made. I just want to see makes that people have made. Just look up Xenoblade Monado. There's some crazy things people have designed. No, it wasn't on printables. Maybe it was on Thingiverse is where I found it. Thingiverse. Let's see here really quickly. Xenoblade Monado. Oh, there's another dragon design that's being recommended to me. Let's just save that for later. That makes me want to sign in. Maybe another time here. Xenoblade Monado. Where's the one that I'm thinking of? I think there's a few full-sized ones that people have designed. Like, that's one there with opening. And then, yeah, like, all the files is, like, a bazillion little pieces that you just assemble afterwards. So there's some cool things that people have designed. Is there someone else that's made it? Yeah, kind of like that, I guess. Be better printed in red. Or something like that. I think there was a different one. Was it this one? No, that's a single piece there. Monado activated. That's a single piece as well. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of? I swear there was a different one I was thinking of. Yeah, it was this one. Where it's 9 files, so some of them are no, is it that one I'm thinking of? No, it's definitely a different one. Nobody's made that there. Maybe it is this one that I'm thinking of. The Monado with opening. Someone made a Monado, the replica Monado? That's cool. This thing is still a work in progress. Yeah, because I don't remember seeing this before. 26 files. Yeah, people have made some cool things with 3D printing. But yeah, there's some cool stuff out there. I will definitely say. Shulk sword with lighted Monado. Maybe that's just the piece that goes inside for you to print for like one of the other things. Is maybe what it is. I don't know. I've printed this for some people. This I've printed for a couple people. Because you print like a small Monado and then you print this. And I did color changes so that like this is silver. Pierce or kind of rocky, kind of grayish, and then this I do brown for ground, and then I color change this to green so it's like normal green grass, and then I print a Monado that's red, and then you can just like place it into this and it becomes like a nice little display piece. It'd be a sick desk lamp if you print it like hollow and put like a little light inside or something like that. I guess I could have posted a make. I've made this. I've made it twice, as a matter of fact. Yeah, there's some cool things that people have made. Some really cool things that people have designed, I will say.
The results haven't been
I never thought that I'd get as into 3D printing as I have been, but after I started delving into the world, it's been like, holy crap, there's so many cool things I can make. The LEDs in the center of the Monado, oh, that'd be cool. That could be cool there.
Unfortunately, I don't have much time to spare.
Do you have any other cool things I've 3D printed around here lately?
The Kirijo group may appear strong, but it's actually rather frail.
A lot of stuff I've given away. Most of my cool project stuff is on my table right here that I already showed. Anyway, I can help? There's an axolotl, but I had one of those at Fragapalooza. That's nothing new.
In fact, there's something that only you can do. Who else is going to help me
crap
clear
all over the place.
when I need a change of pace? It's thanks to
Oh,
you
and if you
that
like
I
Xenoblade
feel
2,
comfortable in my own skin. Beyond my identity,
I can 3D print core crystals. This is a tiny one.
Before long, I'll be
The big ones I've printed are like yay big.
I've begun packing
So they're
up
like
my
full
things.
size. But yeah, that's just a Xenoblade 2 core crystal. That is.
My books, my clothes.
No blade that comes out of this though.
Every one of them brings back memories. It's been a short but eventful 3 years.
We love gambling. We do. Gotta love the core crystals.
Especially the year that you came.
Where's my Switch game case? I think it might be in my bag right now.
Or past each other in the dorm. I felt like my heart would
I have like my Mario question mark block case that holds Nintendo Switch games. That's always fun.
To be felt. I wonder what would have become of me if you hadn't transferred to this school. If I hadn't met you.
Most of my coolest 3D printed stuff I've given away.
Or would I have gotten on my motorcycle?
Because I get a lot more motivated to make cool stuff when it's for other people.
A mysterious thing. Well.
Anyway, I've beaten this game. I'm just seeing like the last conversations now that the game is over. I beat the final boss. I'm just wrapping this up at this point. I'm taking so long because I keep on going on other tirades. But other stuff.
As well.
I keep on doing.
You know what I mean, right?
Oh, I mean.
To the heads of the family sometime. Don't worry, you'd only be saying hello. I'd just like them to know who you are. Well, it's almost time. I'd best be on my way. I'd love to see you back at the dorm, but I'll be out late tonight. Perhaps this weekend?
Does it use up a time slot?
Who else
Do I reload my save so I can see other stuff?
You're the only one who can do this for me. Go
Or
on.
what do I end up doing?
Try and name someone who could do the same.
Junpei. I don't know.
Was that a bit much? Well,
I don't know if I have any other cool immediate 3D printed stuff. Oh, there's my seed starter, I guess. I doubt you're into gardening stuff.
Well, we'll see. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
It's lying around. Maybe I'll use it at some point. Maybe I'll give it to someone at some point. This one is like a... Okay, it didn't use the time slot. This one is a semi-failed print. It messed up a little bit at the bottom. But basically like a tray where each of these is a little pot to start a plant in, and they have drainage holes and stuff, and they drain into this basin. And by having them all in different colors, I can just like mark what seeds I planted where by like colors, just write it on like a notepad on my phone or something like that. And well, if I grab this, oh, there's a dragon in here right now, so I can't immediately put this on. But there's this little dome that I can put on the top, and then it becomes like a little greenhouse. I can take the dragon out. Oh, and his mustache. I printed this for a coworker the other day, after dragons turned out to be pretty popular at the gift exchange there. Take like little bits of plastic here and stuff. So I 3D print like a lot of gardening stuff for myself, and I put it on the dome, and then it keeps in humidity, and then I have myself like a really miniature little greenhouse to start seeds in and stuff, and it's transparent filament, so like light can still get through and stuff. I can take out all the pots and get access to the basin underneath, and it's been a handy little thing for my gardening stuff. But I don't know if I would use this basin because it's a little bit messed up at the bottom and might not be waterproof because of that. There is a chance. I haven't actually tried this one out. It's just been like sitting around here. It's been the case. I'll put that back there. What I think I will do. So yeah, I have lots of 3D printed stuff all over the place. Maybe I reload my save and see some of the hangouts that I missed before, because maybe I shouldn't have been saying no to people all this time.
Are you okay?
Oops.
You don't look so good.
I think we got through most of like the conversations with people through this stuff here that they would have said during the hangout anyway, but
Oh, sorry. This isn't the time to talk about that.
what is it? Yeah, I printed one of these guys in a new filament that I hadn't tried out. A half purple, half black filament. So it looks kind of metallic-y, blackish purpley and stuff. It looks kind of cool. So I printed this for a gift exchange for work the other day.
Tell you, it's nothing important though.
And it's a gift exchange where it's like draw numbers and then you go in that order, and when it's your turn you can either go up and pick a gift from the pile to open and see what it is, or you can steal a gift that's already been opened, and then that person then either goes and picks a new gift, like a new mystery gift, or steals a different one that's already been opened or something or other. And this guy that I printed was stolen 3 times. So the dragon was clearly popular, and I had one of my coworkers come up to me afterwards and ask if I could like just print one as like a stocking stuffer for kiddo. I was like, yeah, I can do that. So I printed another one the other day. So now I have another one of these. Is the case, because yeah, the one yesterday was quite popular, was stolen quite a few times when people wanted the dragon.
Look at this flyer.
So I'm glad that people really like them.
Dark history of student-teacher romance?
What is this, Persona 5?
People are free to fall in love with who they want. There's nothing wrong with that. I can see why it would be a problem if it was between a teacher and a student.
Choose your words carefully.
Give them the right to make fun of it like this. I'm going to write a letter of protest to the school paper.
I think there are some lines that you should draw when it comes to that kind of thing. In my opinion.
I'm going to do this by myself. Thank you, Senpai.
Because like when we're talking age differences in this kind of context,
it's not much,
there is a drastic difference in maturity.
It was because of you that I was able to
So, you know.
I know that for a fact.
But yeah. You're watching all of Digimon right now because you never seen past season 3 and now you want to replay Cyber Sleuth. Nice. I've heard really good things about that. About that game.
At least, I hope I can.
I don't know if you play the Persona games, but
to become strong and reliable.
if you don't play Persona 3. I very much recommend Persona 5. But this game, having just beaten it and watching like the ending cutscenes of like my relationships with all these characters,
One step at a time.
yeah, I don't think I recommend this game. I'm gonna be honest.
I should be going.
But that's me. Like, if this wasn't a remake of a Persona game, and a brand new Persona game came out and it was this, I think people would be really disappointed. Super good, you enjoy Cyber Sleuth? And you have Persona 3, you like it? I can see why people do, but it's not for me. I feel like 90% of the game is just like a nothing burger that bores me. It does have good moments, but like, it takes so long to get to them.
You look a bit pale. Are you doing all right? Don't overwork yourself, okay? Maybe you should rest in the nurse's office before you leave.
That's a great idea.
I'm actually about to head to the faculty office. Would you like me to walk you downstairs?
Oh, I didn't even realize we were on the second floor. Sure.
Sounds good.
I guess I should have been doing these hangouts all along.
When the seasons change,
Or maybe by saying no to Junpei, like, maybe he would have done, like, the same thing by saying yes anyway. I don't know.
let's head over to the faculty office together.
I don't know how the heck it works. I'm not reloading my save. I'm playing this out, I guess.
Yamagishi, what are you
I don't
doing
know.
outside the faculty office?
Oh, well, I want to start a tech club.
Tech gloves? Are you referring to technician's gloves? I think you'd have to go to a hardware store for those.
Not tech gloves, a tech club. Like a club all about technology and electronics.
You want to start a club now? Why is it always you, Yamagishi?
At the end of the school year?
It's already March. Can't you at least wait until April?
Huh? But I really want to get this group going. I promise I'll do my best to find members and all that. So, do I have your permission to start the club?
What? You don't even have any members yet? Then it's not even worth discussing. You can't start a club without at least 5 members. Now, I must
Well, I guess they'd be prospective members because it wouldn't actually be a club yet.
And he's
Or whatever.
Well, looks like I need to find 5 people now.
Isn't that the amount of people you need to start a religion as well? Or is that 20? That might be 20. Of course.
Yes! I'm so happy to hear that. I was hoping you'd help me. You know, I used to think it was wrong for me to like electronics. I always kept it to myself. Because I thought it was a strange thing for a girl to be interested in.
Who cares?
But you and the team accepted me for who I am.
I'm really hardcore into gardening, and that's, I'm sure a lot of people see that as a more feminine thing. I don't care.
People think I'm strange.
I think it's awesome.
I know it's okay. I don't want
I can't wait to make my own tomato types next year.
Now,
That'll be
I want
fun.
to meet more people like me and hang out with them.
Maybe I can make a yellow striped tomato by crossing my 2013 yellows, I don't know what they are, with a black zebra tomato. Mix 2 of my favorites together and make a super delicious and cool looking combination.
And if so, I want a way to talk to them. I do admit I'm a little nervous, though. But don't worry, I'll still keep going to art club. It'll probably get really busy, but I want to keep trying.
Heck yeah.
Like jumping off the diving board at the pool. That kind of feeling. Anyways, I've got to
But yeah, I don't feel like anyone should ever feel adverse to getting into something that they're passionate about or expressing that, because I think that it's not, like, acceptable for X group that they belong to. Need some help? Like, whatever.
I'm going to try this on my own first.
But that's me.
To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. We're going to be 3rd year soon, and that means everyone will have to start thinking about what they want to do after we graduate. In fact, Yori-kun and Yukari-chan were talking about college entrance exams just the other day. But you know what? I think I'll be okay. I have everyone here to support me, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Oh, everyone? I keep saying it.
Getting memories back here.
Who am I talking about? Sorry. Don't mind me. Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. I hope the stores are still open. Let's see, I need paper. Oh, and I need to find a club room too. I think this might be more work than I thought. Sorry, I need to get going. I'll see you later.
Okay, well, see ya. Who do I still need to talk to? Someone in here? Try to talk to her. Man, this is...
Anyway, you've been different lately.
This is gonna be like the longest game ending I've ever experienced. Holy crap. Like...
Your lesson the other day really
Oh,
caught
man.
my eye. It seemed like you spent a lot of time preparing it. I've never seen you so passionate about teaching before. It's unparalleled.
I'm noticing like lines across the screen.
Unparalleled.
Feels like I'm looking at a high quality CRTV right now.
Preparations lately. Things like how to best communicate the lessons I'm looking to teach. I guess it does.
It is
kind of out of the
2:52
blue,
in the
huh?
morning.
The thing is,
My god,
I've
this
decided
final
to stop
part of this
wasting my
series is
time
gonna be
only
like
looking
2
at what's
hours
right in
long, if
front of
not
me.
more. How long was my final part of Persona 5? I'm not gonna check on my computer because I'm gonna pause the game if I do that.
Brought this on.
Let's do it on my phone
Well,
instead.
When I was just goofing off on
Let's see here.
weekend,
If is there a search
met
button on
After
YouTube
that,
Mobile? Is there
I
not?
took a closer look at my life.
Just
That
general
person-
YouTube search.
Wait.
Acoustic Harmonia, Persona 5, and then I'll go to the playlist in the description.
Yes, I understand.
Oh gosh dang it, Persona 5 Tactica came up first. Oh, here we go.
Now that I
Then the
think
second
about
one
it,
is my Persona
I
5
met my
main
darling
playthrough.
husband thanks to a
Then I go to the
destiny called
playlist
fate.
for it. Scroll all the way down.
Destiny called fate?
From what I can tell, I think the answer is yes, Super Hyper.
Besides, you
I believe
should be
so.
careful what you say to a
Oh, my final part is only 52 minutes.
Huh.
What about the finale of the main game if I scroll up? What part was that? Before the royal content. Teachers seem busy. I should get out of the way. I was not really paying attention. 53 minutes for that as well. 53 minutes, 56 seconds for part 230. I mean, I guess I did like final boss phase 1 on part 229, and then it was just like the final phase on 230, but still.
This phone
Crap.
wallpaper.
Now, mister. No
The final part of this series is gonna be like 2 hours.
that screen.
So much content!
Love you. My. What a charming confession of love. Did you make this?
It's from my girlfriend. Wait. Please don't say that this is gonna lead into, I'm just curious. It's from my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend? Never mind that. What's going on? Why do you have this screen cap? Oh, don't tell me you got it online. The only ones who were on that server were. No, it couldn't be. There's no way. Are you kidding?
Calm down, Mr. Yumi. Help! Someone call a doctor.
Don't tell me. You're Tatsuya? I said all that to you?
Well, at least all the links are getting wrapped up at the end here to finish the game.
This can't be happening. Ugh, I quit this school. I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. Oh, I can't live with this. Just kill me now.
Oh.
So, you really are. I'm Maya.
It's me, damn it. You got a problem with that? Why don't you say something? Jeez, idiot. This is so embarrassing.
Well,
But there was one thing I wanted to say. If we ever met face to face. I was able to turn my life around thanks to you.
I literally didn't do anything. Pretty much all these social links, I literally didn't do anything.
Wipe that smile off your face.
Just people talking to me and figuring it out for themselves.
Anyway,
Like some cheap therapy.
if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Maybe we could have dinner?
Go to hell with this.
I guess that's how that one ends. Okay. Was there anyone else on this floor? Yeah, over here. There's a couple people. But yeah, I think this is probably gonna be like the longest game ending I've ever seen. Like in terms of between beating the final boss and like the credits. I know I've been extending it a little bit with some of my rambles, but like still.
You don't look well. I hope it's not anemia. Should we get you to the nurse's office? Though, actually, that might be a bit hard for me. I guess I'll just tell you, So I took the exam for the medical school I was hoping to go to, and I failed. I guess this is my first real failure in life. So
You'll
starting in
experience
spring,
more.
I'll be a student in training. I'll have to keep studying hard every day.
Good luck next time.
I don't think I did badly, but exams tend to have a luck factor to them too.
I keep on forgetting it's not auto-advancing, and sometimes it takes me a hot second before I press A.
Willpower. But now, it's a different story. I want to be a doctor and save as many lives as I can. I want to protect the people I love. There are a lot of different ways I can accomplish that. And the way I want to do it is through the power of healing. So from now on, I won't lose focus. Next year, I'm going to try again, and I'll pass with flying colors. Thank you. I think it was because of your help that I've changed so much. I'll be graduating a year earlier than you, but I won't forget about you. Really,
This is more dialogue.
thank you. When I'm a doctor, I'll give you free checkups, okay? Until then...
Yeah, this is alright, Canada. Where I am, at least.
You're not looking great now, to be
So,
honest. Just take care of yourself.
wait
okay?
times can be pretty brutal, so, like, that might still be an advantage if that means not having to wait, like, so dang long.
Hey, it's quite rare for us to bump into each other here, isn't it?
True.
I guess it's because I usually go straight to practice.
Wish I could continue to turn the camera after I started dialogue.
I felt like looking around the school before heading over. After all, this is my last day here. The days flew by in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, it felt like this year would last for an eternity. I've dedicated all 3 years of high school to boxing, and nothing else. Was there really nothing else? Never mind. It's nothing. I guess hanging out with everyone at the dorm counts as something. We even made pancakes together.
I bet
We had some
she
good
was
times.
jealous.
If we hadn't lived in the same dorm, we might have never met each other. It's hard to imagine. I'll be leaving the dorm soon, but that doesn't change the fact that I'll
Wish I could
always
see your
be
face.
senpai.
I can't turn my camera.
If you ever run into trouble, you can tag me in. Whatever happens, I'm on your side.
Appreciate it, man.
Do you remember Shinji? I mean Aragaki. Shinji was supposed to graduate with me. I still can't believe that he was dragged into that incident. Do you
Okay, yeah. Just the same there now. So I guess I will do the thing here. Because I don't think it's actually gonna take a time slot. Alright.
Thanks. You look like you're not feeling well. Sorry to bother you
I'm
at
better.
a time like this, but I appreciate
Better than I have been the past couple weeks.
Hey, sorry for calling you out here.
We'll sure love the rooftop.
Actually,
It's a
have
nice looking
little
place.
favor to ask. It's about my mom. I want you to meet her. I mean, not in a weird way. It's just that I promised to meet up with her, but I'm still kind of scared. If I see her, I might end up saying some really nasty things. What if we end up hurting each other even more? I'm not trying to make her feel bad. I haven't fully sorted out my feelings yet. But I do want to see her, I think. That's why I thought it'd be great if you could be there with me. You don't have to say anything, really. It's just that I'd feel more confident having you around. With you by my side, I think I could treat my mom with a little more kindness. So if it's not too much trouble, what do you think?
Sure. It's all gonna happen off camera after the credits roll. It's not gonna extend the runtime of this game, so sure.
I'll call her up right away. I've been putting this off for so long. Sorry to wrap you up in my family situation. Hey, you don't think I'm relying
It's
on you
3:02
too
in the
much,
morning.
do you?
Not all. I do a bit.
I knew you'd say that. But still, this isn't a one-way street. Let me know whenever you need help too, okay? You know, it's
That's
all
what friends
spring
do.
break. It all went by so fast. We're gonna be 30 years soon. And after that, we'll graduate and go to
I
college.
was in 7th year at my
and
university.
become working adults, I guess. Wow, Wow. Hard to imagine.
Whenever people in classes were saying like what year they were in during introductions at the beginning, I would typically be the the one with the most years there. University took me a little while. Sure, I don't know, man. Which is why I'm really glad that I've
think so too.
finally finished and graduated, because holy crap.
Well, let's talk about the near future then. I told you to think about where you want to go, remember? I still think the best place to start is Destiny Land.
Still feels like I
It's
started
just
not
a
that long
basic, so
ago.
that makes planning easy, and it's perfect for bigger groups too. Oh, but if we decide on the mountains, we should stay the night. If we're gonna travel far, might as well make the most of it. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. With you, it'll be fun no matter where we go. Oh crap! I totally forgot to turn in today's assignment. I'd better go do that now. Let's talk about this again soon. Don't forget to save some time during spring break, okay?
Is there gonna be some cutscenes about like what the characters are doing on spring break or something? Or there's another thing over here. Oh.
Andre, Laurent, Andre, Laurent, Jean, Guerrero. Oh, too long. A samurai's name should be simple and short. Oh, you. This letter was sent to the school. It looks like it's addressed to one of our students. Wait, is this actually for you?
So it's the kiddo.
So shaky, I didn't recognize your name.
Probably.
It's from an Andre something.
Or maybe not. Maybe it's the sun
I
guy.
don't recall the student with such a foreign name. The only one that comes to mind is Bebe.
The sender's name is listed as Andre Laurent Jean Garou. It's from Bev. Oh, I should read this letter.
Hello, it is me, Bebe.
Is that you, my French conscience? Bib's unsteady scribbles fill the page. I can picture Bib's smiling face.
Writing in your language is difficult, so forgive me if it is hard to read.
I am not.
But I still need lots of help. I write this with a dictionary. I showed Uncle the kimono. He said many wonderful things about it. He says Japan is a great country.
Not that much of a Pokemon TCG person anymore. For one. 2, I don't want to get addicted to a freemium app. 3, there's no space on my phone.
And over. Finally, he says, okay.
Sometimes I'll do like some Pokemon card stuff with friendos and stuff. I like Beb's Joy coming through in this letter. Like I picked some up at Extra Life last month actually. That I plan on maybe going through with that Guzma Mad Lad at Janland when he's here. So I literally have a few Pokemon card packs in my drawer, is the case, from Extra Life. So it's not like I don't have any Pokemon cards at all, but I'm not really a collector or anything. I just have like a few here and there around that I've like done stuff with friendos with. Really. I used to collect Pokemon cards like in junior high school. Heck, my mouse pad that I'm using right now, I won at a TCG event in Generation 5. My Eevee mouse pad.
They said they would help pay for it.
I'd show up, but my desk's a mess right now. You can see if I do this. That mouse pad, which, like, doesn't have Sylveon on it because Sylveon didn't exist at the time. So, yeah. There was that. How was Howlland? Not great. I can elaborate here in a hot second after this is through. I redid the card game. It's way more fun. Oh, interesting. More specifically, not great for me. I think everyone else had a lot of fun and it was a great time. But I
can learn about Japan here.
Things weren't great on my end.
And so in France I will stay.
Good, Noah.
Someday I will return to Japan on my own without anyone's help.
I can feel the determination in Beb's words.
I reflected on how fun it was to make clothes.
Yeah, I'll elaborate after this is through.
So I enrolled in fashion school. I made some clothes for the school contest, and I won first prize. I have come up with a name for my winning design. A very wonderful name, I think.
I always find it so jarring when I know that they can't exactly say my name, but
You and
Just like the silence. A very fitting name, I think. I can't help but find funny.
But I am always here for you. No amount of distance will ever change that. Every day was so much fun. More fun than I have ever had. I hope I get to see you again someday. To my precious friend. Baby.
The words near the end are smudged. Alright. So, at HalloLand, I was it the no, the Halloween was the Extra Life event that it screwed me over for. I was thinking about like my sleep schedule first and foremost. I actually got a decent bit of sleep before HalloLand, unlike Extra Life. And I got there along with my cousin's older kiddo and like all his stuff in the back along with mine, and we tried to get there a little bit early to help with a little bit of setup, but everything was all set up by the time that we got there, so I guess we got there at the perfect time to just like set up our own stuff and then immediately start gaming. And it started out pretty good for me. What was the first thing that I started streaming? It was Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. I've been getting caught up on all the Metroid Prime games before Metroid Prime 4 next year. I just played 3 Corruption at HalloLand. And I streamed it start to finish, no problems. Like, even through asleep. I think it was a 30-part series, and it was... I don't remember how many hours it took me to get through it. So I started streaming that on Friday, and got a decent bit into it, and then went to sleep for a while, and then I, continued it, and it went pretty alright. I just slept in this chair here, and my problem at Janland is that my knees were, like, bent 9 degrees because my feet were on the ground, and I just couldn't sleep like that, and it was really bugging me. So I brought in, like, a stool, and I set up my legs on that while I was leaned back all the way in this chair, because this chair goes, like, almost flat. So I slept in this, and it actually wasn't too bad. I had some major hip pain, but not too bad. So I got up, I finished Metroid Prime 3, and then... from there, I'm pretty sure what I started playing was the final DLC of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And I did that start to finish, and to finish my longest playthrough of the year, I got that done at HalloLand. And then I started playing Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door to finish off that playthrough at HalloLand as well, because I only had a couple super bosses left. And not only would OBS crash, it would freeze my entire computer. Like, everything is frozen. It just stops to the point that I could only use my computer again after hard rebooting it by holding the power button. So I would do that. I would open OBS again, and I would start streaming for maybe a few minutes, and then it would do it again. It would freeze, and it would just do this over and over again. Like, hold on. Why am I switching input? This isn't a capture card game. I'm on my PC right now. What the heck is wrong with me? So if we have a quick look at my actual stream VODs for HalloLand, so we go back in the video producer a little bit. So yeah, here's the VODs of HalloLand, or these are the ones that I highlight afterwards. I can find the original streams here at this point, right? Was this stuff that I highlighted after the fact? Hold on, I'm a little bit too far. Are the original ones already deleted? I guess, no, these are the original streams. Oh yeah, I just renamed them and then exported them to YouTube under those names. Yeah. So, my very first HalloLand stream, 27 hours, 54 minutes, 36 seconds. I was leaving it going while I was asleep, and I thought I could have one VOD that was all the HalloLand stuff, and it was going to be really great. And I started playing Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, 58 seconds. Hard reboot my computer, 4 minutes, 1 second. Hard reboot my computer, 2 minutes. Hard reboot my computer, 3 minutes. Hard reboot my computer, 1 minute, 30 seconds. I'm at a loss at this point. Reboot my computer again. Oh, it's going for a while. Here's 20 minutes. It did it again. Reboot my computer again. 19 minutes. And I thought it was my capture card at this point, because it was working fine with me playing Metroid Prime 3 emulate on my PC, and then Assassin's Creed Odyssey on my PC. It was working fine. I thought it was something wrong with my capture card. So I was like, you know, let's do like my final Tartarus run in Persona 3 Reload. And I did that, and it worked fine. I got through like my 2-hour like final run here, and then I switched back to Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, and then it died. And I went for 4.5 minutes, and it froze my computer again. And I went for 16 minutes, and it froze my whole computer again. And at this point, I was like, oh my god, this thing is not working. I need to find some other way to stream. Like, it's gotta be something with my capture card, surely, right? So I thought, my main capture card things are done. at this point. But I brought like my whole PS5 there to play a bit of Final Fantasy 16 since that's one of my ongoing playthroughs. And if my other PC stuff is basically done at this point, like, how do I stream my other stuff as best I can? So, at this point, this was me dicking around on my desktop trying to find some solution here. I installed the friggin' PlayStation Remote Play software onto my PC, and by using the LAN network, by plugging in my PS5 to a spare Ethernet cable, because there was no one set up to my left, by using the Ethernet cable that was there plugged into my PS5 and having it connected to the same network, I literally streamed through the network my PS5 to my PC, even though they're right next to one another, and could easily use my capture card, thinking, this is a sneaky way to get around not using my capture card, and not having that issue. And I started, like, doing a little bit of it as a test. It wasn't as good as playing directly on the PS5, doing it through stream, but it was playable, and I was like, whoa, I'm so smart. And my computer froze, and I found out it wasn't a capture card thing, and it was completely unrelated. I don't know why it worked great for like over 27 hours straight before, and why it worked great for specifically streaming Persona 3. But at this point, it just decided it wasn't going to work, whether I was streaming capture card or anything else. So 3 minutes, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and I was like, screw it. This is not happening. So I went to the dark side. I forsook my place in heaven, and I downloaded Streamlabs OBS again for the first time in years, just to be like, there's something wrong with OBS. I'm going to troubleshoot it sometime later after I'm back home. I just want to be able to stream for the rest of this event at all. So I downloaded Slobs, and I set up a basic layout of just like game, camera up here, and a little chat element over there. And that was all, really. And I think I put an alert box on there as well. So just like very bare basics, and I started streaming. One, I did not actually know that the default settings, if you don't change it on Slobs, is 720p. So the graphics were a bit worse until this point when I realized that. And two, for whatever reason, Slobs did a thing where the audio was normal speed, but the video was slowed down to about half speed for some reason. And I didn't, like, you can see me do the in there. So the video was slowed down.
Streaming didn't work. Recording.
And then I was chatting about how,
everything just freezes my entire computer.
So then I was chatting about, like, my whole process
this is
there.
my last attempt.
So then this happened, and I had no idea that this happened through the whole stream. There were some people that commented on the chat at some points being like, why is the game so slow? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And it turned out that the game was broken there. So, like, it doesn't take long for the audio and video to be completely different.
I thought it was my capture card for a while. PC things seem to be working okay. Now even those don't work. Just good at super guarding before. Okay.
The audio and the video are completely different. So using a little bit of video editing magic, I was able to, like, leave the audio as is and speed up the video to the point that I could get it, like, pretty in sync. So, like, the YouTube version of this video after the fact is pretty, like, in sync. It's not perfect, because, like, the speed at which it slowed down would fluctuate a little bit, so it is a little bit out of sync, but it's pretty close. It's about as good as it's getting. So, like, I beat the final super boss of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and I finished that playthrough. And then I started playing Final Fantasy 16. And I did that for about an hour. So it's about here-ish that I actually finished Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door properly. And then I started Final Fantasy 16 probably somewhere around here.
Oh, now,
hold on.
It might be applied to some material or other in order.
So you can hear the audio of Final Fantasy 16 there. So while I had with this video all the Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door content, because you can see I start Final Fantasy 16 here, I only had about 25 minutes of my Final Fantasy 16 content, and then about an hour worth audio only. Because it's just gone to the void. Because I stopped streaming, and I went to sleep. So at this point, it just ends, and there's no more video. So I had to do extra work for Final Fantasy 16 after the fact. If I go to, like, to my playthroughs here, and I go to, oh god, there's all the extra life stuff, so that's going to be a lot of playlists of all the pinball games. If I go to Final Fantasy 16 here, so the way that I handled this was, there's part 52 that I started doing at Howland. What? That's not the right order. What the hell? I hate it when YouTube, like, manually reorders things. Studio. What the hell, YouTube? Could you please, like, not Final Fantasy? Please, just date published oldest. No. Manually sort in YouTube. Save. I hate YouTube sometimes. Refresh that. Good thing I'm going through this or else I wouldn't have noticed that. 52 comes before 52.5. So I had about 20 minutes. The last 2 minutes of this is audio only, just because I was wrapping up a quest. I had about 20 minutes of actual video. I call it the curse of Hallowland here when I start doing that. And then the Final Fantasy 16 podcast, and then the thumbnail's no signal. Because it's audio only. Because I didn't want that to just be gone to, like, the void. So here's the rest of that stream at Hallowland, but it's audio only. You can only listen to it. There's no video. So then, after the fact, while I was sick, I ended up replaying that. But I didn't have a very recent save file, so I had to load an old save file, put it into easy mode, and replay through literally half of the game to get back to the point that I was at this point, and then I replayed it just so that I could have audio of this point. So I did the same thing I'd already played a second time after replaying half the game to get up to that point, just so that I could have, like, part 53 with audio, and then here's, like, the original in case anyone wants it and wants to friggin' listen to it. And then after I woke up again, I started streaming more Final Fantasy 16 at that point. I streamed about 5 minutes, and then I think it was Mythic that commented on the video quality. I was like, oh, it's 720p. I can't change that unless I restart the stream. So I restarted the stream, and then, like, the rest of the Final Fantasy 16 stuff was at 1080p. And luckily that, like, was just fine. It streamed just fine. The audio and the video were in sync. That was okay. But there was another problem. So you can see here how it goes part 52 at Hallowland, then part 53 not Hallowland, then 54 and 55 at Hallowland, because I went and redid this later. Because when I finished off at Hallowland here with part 55, the part that I ended on was like the world map before I started the next mission, and I figured I would start the next mission next time. But for whatever reason, Final Fantasy 16 does not let you save on the world map. And I was at a point that I couldn't, like, back out to a normal place in the world and save there. I had to start the next mission before I could save. And I wanted to start the next mission here, Fire in the Sky, like, next time. I didn't want to get, like, a little bit of a sneak preview, save, and then just continue it next time. I didn't think that'd be great for pacing. But I figured I had autosave slots, and, like, that would be fine. I could just load my autosave and then continue right from where I left off when it's time to do, like, part 56. And then I forgot that by replaying half the game, by loading an old save file and going through half the game so I can make this part, all my autosave slots will be overwritten with the progress of doing this, which meant that I needed to reload my save file from the end of this and redo this stuff over too before I could stream this the next time. So I literally had to play half of Final Fantasy 16 over again on my own time because of the crap that I was dealing with Hallowland. So that was fun, replaying half that game on my own time. That was great. And I think a combination of, like, the lack of sleep and me just, like, stressing myself the heck out trying to get the stuff at Hallowland to work might have weakened my immune system combined with the cold, because immediately after Hallowland, I started getting really, really sick. And I only started feeling better as of, like, 2 days ago. And Hallowland went up to, like, the 24th of November. This is a few weeks ago at this point. A little bit over 2 weeks ago. And I've been coughing up a lung for the past 2 weeks, only finally starting to feel better in the past few days. So I don't know if that was part of the curse of Hallowland as well, or just, like, all the stress and cold and lack of sleep or whatever the heck. But it was the sickest that I've been for, like, the longest period of time in a long time, and only just now getting over it. So I have not streamed for the past 2 weeks until a couple days ago, really. And it would have been great to get more caught up on, like, some of the games I'm trying to get done the past couple of weeks. But yeah, the whole first couple weeks of December and, like, end of November into, like, this long of December, I just did not touch anything on this channel at all. I've not made any progress on any of my games, apart from, like, making up the stuff that I had to with Final Fantasy 16 here on my own time, and a little bit of, like, grinding on my own time in Persona 3 Reload, making my final builds. But I did not do any streaming. I at least got a lot of video editing done. Like, I have a new video essay that I'm ready to put out before the end of this year. Pretty soon. I'm gonna have to, like, proof watch it a few times and, like, fix it up. So I kept myself occupied the past couple of weeks with video editing and stuff. But I've not done, like, any stream stuff for the past couple of weeks because I was just coughing up a lung after this all. So HoloLand in general seemed pretty good, and I think a lot of people had a lot of fun, and it was great and good fun. But my experience with HoloLand, oh my god, I really, really hope that nothing like that happens to me at a LAN event ever again. And I tried to troubleshoot OBS after I got back, but the whole freezing my computer thing, it hasn't happened to me once since getting back from HoloLand. So I don't know what kind of curse I was under at the event, but it just hasn't happened to me a single time since getting back from the event. So I don't know what's up with that, but you know, there's that. Yeah. So HoloLand, it wasn't great for me. So I'm really hoping that Janland next year, especially considering I'll be like with a friendo there with that Guzman nerd, that I don't run into that kind of thing again. Because then I'm gonna be stressed out, and stream is probably not gonna deal with that. And then Guzman's gonna feel like all bad because I'm there next to him being all stressed out if that happens. So yeah, let's hope that that doesn't happen at Janland. And that's never happened to me at a LAN event before. It was only HoloLand. All these years of Fragapalooza, and it's only this past year that I've started going to the Mega FPS event. But like the 3 events this year of Janland, Megaland, and HoloLand, and the Extra Life events that I've gone to for the past couple of years, all these LAN events that I keep on going to, it was only HoloLand this year that I ran into like that level of issues. I don't know why. I don't know why OBS decided to freeze my computer over and over again. I don't know why SL OBS did that weird thing with the first stream where it like turned my whole video into slow-mo and just sent half of my Final Fantasy 16 content to the Shadow Realm to be audio only now. But that's what it did. So I was trying like every solution that I could just to be able to stream at all. And eventually I did it. I got through my list of all the games that I wanted to stream a little bit of at the event. I didn't get through as much as I wanted to at the event because I was dealing with non-stop technical issues, and Metroid Prime 3 took me a little bit longer than expected. But mostly the non-stop technical issues I was dealing with kind of prevented me from covering as much of my different games that I wanted to. So by the end, I was just like, do a little bit of this ongoing playthrough, do a little bit of this ongoing playthrough. I think I have like 50 minutes of my Mario and Luigi Brothership playthrough at the end, just because I was like wedging it in with what time that I had left. And I was struggling to find a save point, and I was recording with slobs even after the internet was pulled, just because it was cutscene after cutscene after cutscene, and I was waiting to save. And people were confused, like, how are you still getting internet? I was like, I'm not, I'm recording. I'm just trying to find a save point so I can wrap up and start packing up like everyone else. So I was the last person that started packing up at HoloLand. Oh, Acoustic Sam.
I'm glad I found you.
Oh, I forgot this is voiced.
It was kind of nerve-wracking to come to the high school campus all by myself. Anyway, I'm here to drop off something Sonata-san forgot. He's usually so put together, but sometimes he can be just a little scatterbrained. Oh, speaking of forgetfulness, do you remember someone named Aragaki-san? He was at the dorm for a little while.
I sure do.
I didn't really talk with him all that
But yeah,
much.
that,
Whenever he
it was
crosses my
pain.
mind,
And I really, really hope I never deal with that at a LAN again.
in my chest.
Like, if that happens here while I'm at home, it's like no big deal. I'll just do it another day. I'll just stream another day. But at the LAN, it's like, what choice do I have? So it was a little bit of a mess there. Hello, Fabakaba. How's it going today?
I'm not sure what.
Welcome to the end of this playthrough. I beat the final boss. I'm just chatting with people, and I assume the credits will roll here pretty soon while I ramble about a recent LAN event.
Don't know what it is or
But yeah,
why I feel this way.
maybe, and I try to troubleshoot some of that, but you'd think that if so, like, I would run into that same problem when I got back home, which I just didn't. So I'm very confused about why HoloLand went the way it did for me. Like, I don't get it. It's just gonna be one of the mysteries of the universe from now on. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I was sick for the past couple weeks here pretty bad, but I'm finally better as of like the past few days, so I've been like streaming and catching up on games. So I'm glad that I'm feeling a whole lot better. It's about time. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So, glad to be a whole lot better now.
Still just a kid, aren't I? I wish there was a way for me to grow up more quickly. No matter how grown up I try to act,
Yeah, things are definitely better here. Very glad for that.
there's always someone sheltering me. I
Tired
wonder
of
if
coughing
I'll
up a
ever be
lung.
strong enough to protect
I don't know
someone
if
else's
Hallowland caused that. Like, my stress, sleep, and cold. Like, led to that. Because I got sick very, very shortly after the event. But yeah, there was that. I guess I leave now. Maybe I talk to some people around other places, maybe. Man, this is gonna be like the longest ending to a game ever. Like, holy crap. One interesting thing with Hallowland, when they were on Saturday doing like the prize giveaways and like thanking everyone involved with the event before that, giving like decent few people around the venue thanks. One of the things that surprised me is they actually said like, and big thanks to Jake for streaming the event, pointing over to me. And I was like, oh, well, that's cool. That's really nice of them to do. It was funny because I wasn't streaming when they said that because my computer was frozen. So, you know, there was I don't know if there's anyone unique here to talk to, so I'll just go this way. So that was a bit of a pleasant surprise, and that was really kind of them to to do that. But yeah, so a little bit of a funny situation there. Hopefully we don't get a repeat of Hallowland ever again, because holy crap. Man. It was something.
Aren't you the boy who used to talk to the monk upstairs?
Yeah, I sure am.
He called here trying to reach you. Seems like he was wondering how you were doing. Come to think of it, I think he left a message for you.
Oh?
What was it he said again? Hey, don't give me that look. Just hang on a sec. Ah, found it. Here you go. I actually wrote it all down. Didn't think I had it in me, did you?
This is the first time I've met you, so I'm not making any assumptions here.
Who the hell wrote this? I found my wife and son.
Oh,
My
nice.
son's still a good-for-nothing punk. My wife is frigid as usual. She's like an old witch. What do you want? I'm on the phone. Hey, don't write this down, all right? Lots happened, but I apologized 1,000 times, and I worked to make things right. I guess you could say we fell in love all over again. I realized, instead of holding on to my pride, I needed to just suck it up and apologize. And it's all thanks to you. Well, you take care, kid. If it's meant to be, we'll see each other again.
That's the gist of it. I'm pretty sure I got everything he said.
Much shorter the message than what a lot of people here have been saying to me.
He didn't say. But like he said, you'll see him again if it's meant to be. Don't they
I'm not doing another playthrough of this game.
Fate lies in God's hands or something? Oh, wait, that'd be Buddha for the monk. Huh. Anyways, that's that.
Well, I hit A a little early.
If fate does bring you two back together, why don't you come party over here again?
Will do there. Also, one other fun little thing about Hallowland, when they were doing the prize giveaways, where like they draw the numbers and then people can come up there and choose a prize and then draw like the next number. My cousin won something this year, and the thing that he chose from the mix of stuff that was there was this fuzzy Star Wars blanket that was there, because he figured he could always use a blanket. And then I remember like a week later, I was going somewhere with his younger kiddo. I think we were going to Taekwondo, or maybe we were going somewhere else. And he had this Star Wars blanket wrapped around him, and he was walking around with it. And I think she was commenting about like being cold, like maybe on getting back, or maybe as we were leaving. I don't remember. And so he had made a comment about like, oh, you should get yourself a Star Wars blanket. And he was all like wrapped up and happy in his. So a little fun thing about Hallowland there. But yeah, very, very long game. My second longest playthrough of the year here. But yeah, was that the mischievous little bastard himself that won it? What, Rob? Is that what you call him there? Can't remember his gamer tag, or are you talking about one of his kids? Because it was my cousin himself that won it. Like the actual member of Frag staff, Kova. No, RJ. No, I don't remember if either of the kiddos won anything this year. I know they have in previous years here. I distinctly remember at Fragapalooza, him jumping over another kid when he was delivering a keyboard up to the stage. That's the first thing I think of when I think of RJ winning prizes now, is him grabbing his keyboard and leaping over a kid. And then I think the rules were changed at Fragapalooza this year of like no running after he did that. That was at like 2 in the morning or something, right? I think you were on the stage at the time and like really shocked to see that. I only heard about it afterwards, even though I was right beside it. I wasn't looking over at the time. Yes, he was the reason. Yeah, so I heard about that from him after the fact. So, yeah, there was that. Oh, and there's like the shopkeep's here. Sorry, but we're close there. Wait, you're the weird kid who comes by often. You're an odd one to be this interested in antiques at your age, especially since you're always getting... What was it? Sorry, my memory has been great lately. Come visit again tomorrow. I'll try to remember by then. Fragapalooza this year was quite a trip. I remember sleeping in my car, and I came in one morning, and he was asleep across this chair of mine. He had taken my chair, and he had his legs up on my beanbag chair that was on his chair, and he had a blanket on top of him. So he had like an amalgamation of chairs and like beanbag chair. And I was planning on streaming, and I'm not the kind of person to like wake someone up even when I should there. So I just started streaming Metroid Prime 2. I did Prime 2 at Fragapalooza and then Prime 3 at HoloLand. So I just started playing Metroid Prime 2 standing is the way that I started streaming Frag at that point. It's you. Why do you look so grim? Come here a lot, don't you? Shouldn't rely so much on medicine, you know? You're still young. You should build strength by exercising, eating well, and doing schoolwork. Don't worry obsessively over your health. That's a doctor's job. But yeah, Sim Magic sent you a whole new Sim setup this year? You might have to elaborate. What's a Sim setup? Just saying like some sort of a gaming setup that's based around The Sims is what I would assume in my mind without without clarification on what this means. Oh, simulation, because you have like the whole racing rig is the case. And I should have pieced it together. The thing that you always have at the Fragapalooza booth at like gaming conventions that what was the event that I was with you at? It wasn't GameCon. It was something early this year. It was at the Expo Center, I'm pretty sure. And there was like big tournaments going on. God, what was the name of that event? I think it was that last year? I don't even remember. But I know that you had like the whole racing rig and stuff there. I should have figured it stood for simulation, knowing the equipment you have. So you have brand new wheelbase, steering wheel, and pedals. So that was GameCon? Because GameCon, oh, so it was the first one they did. So that was GameCon, but it was last year, not this year then. Right? Because I thought this year was the first GameCon. Then I thought that thing last year was a different thing. And maybe that was GameCon. And I hauled like a whole bunch of your stuff to your place. I remember. Because you had so much crap. Oh, it's you. School over already? Been a long time since we've just talked like this. Sorry, I don't quite remember how things went down. Well, in any case, months are going to go by quickly. Make sure you enjoy your school life so you don't have any regrets. Or it was called something else? Something or other. I don't remember. Maybe you gotta watch an install tutorial. Well, I watched the install tutorial when Persona 3 Reload has all the answers. It'll teach you how to install the thing. Just you wait. I assume that there'll be some people here, yep.
It's
God.
you, right?
When I cut this up into parts later,
Maiko's father, if you remember.
I wouldn't cut this up into multiple parts because I think it makes sense for like final boss to credits to be like one part. Like because people see finale on like a video thumbnail and they assume they can click that and watch how the final boss happened.
Do you have a minute to talk?
This is gonna be like 3 hours long. All right.
Perfect. If you don't mind, let's take a walk down to the takoyaki stand.
I wonder what the longest finale part I've ever published is. Because this is gonna be up there.
But you knew that already, didn't you?
Like, my goodness. This is gonna be
When
long.
I see this place, I remember all the times I'd come here with Maiko. She came
I guess
here
it's
when she
par
went
for
away
the
from
course when
home,
it comes to
too.
this series.
She really loved the takoyaki. She's a good girl. Wouldn't you agree?
Was she? I'll be nice.
She's so
It's now 3:36 in the morning.
I wonder if she's really my own child sometimes.
I'm going straight to sleep after this is
She
done.
actually sent me a letter recently. It's
It can't be
chock full of
that much
details
longer
about her
before
new
the
life.
credits, surely. I'm sure I could
Said
skip all
she's
this and
made a lot of friends.
let the credits
Let's
roll,
see.
but come on, it's the
She's
end
in
of the
charge
social links.
rabbits
It
at
wouldn't
her
feel
new
right to
school
skip
and
them.
has had to get up early to clean the cages. They scolded her for forgetting her PE uniform. She forgot her homework and had to copy her friends. I guess she can be a bit absent-minded. I never knew that about her. Oh, and she did so well on her recorder test that she was asked to perform in front of it.
God, I remember playing the recorder.
Then she went on to talk about how she plays at the park by the school with her friends every day. Her mother's doing well too. They're having a lot of fun together. having fun. Must be nice. Nowadays, I just come home to an empty house. The rooms feel so big without those two around. I wonder if she feels the same way, living in a home with no father in it. We put her through so much because of our own problems. I feel terrible about it. By the way, I've actually got a bone to pick with you, too. Maiko must have really liked you, huh? She wrote all about it.
I can't wait to grow up. That's
Oh,
why
and we're
I'm
hearing the letter
drinking
here.
Lots of milk. I'm going to marry him someday.
Don't, maybe?
What the hell is that about, you little punk? You were taking advantage of my little Maiko, weren't you?
Well, I'm not that
Maybe
kind
I
of
haven't been the
YouTuber.
best at them. I'm still her father, damn it. And I'm not letting a guy like you touch my daughter with a 10-foot
I don't play
pole.
Minecraft on this channel much.
Don't you forget it.
Okay. Okay, but there's another thing at the shrine, so like.
Hello there. Oh, excuse me. Are you?
Oh, I was waiting for that, and yes,
So
it took me a
was
moment.
you. Oh, excuse me. I'm Miss Kamiki, Akinari's mother. My son talked about you a lot. I was just thinking about him. If you have time, would you like to stay and talk for a while?
Sure.
That's wonderful. Please sit down. Today is a special day. What a coincidence seeing you today. It must be another one of God's whims.
What a sick god
Today
extending
is
my playtime.
son's, Akinari's birthday. He'd be 20 if he was still alive. Only
He looked older
19
than
years. It was
19 if
too
I had to
soon.
guess. I would have guessed that he
was
was like in his early
almost
20s.
an adult, but he never
Looking at
made
him.
it. Akinari had a genetic disease. I'm completely healthy, but him... The doctors detected it when he was born. They knew he wouldn't live to see adulthood. Every day, I worried whether he'd wake up the next morning. I blamed myself for what he inherited. But he said something to me near the end. I'm sorry to have brought so much pain into your life, Mother. I'm glad that I was born into this world. I'm glad to have been your son. Thank you for the life you've given me. He suffered so much, and yet he still said that to me. But Akinari brought me so much happiness too. Feeling his warmth as I carried him in my arms after he was born. Those tiny hands. That first smile. Hearing his breathing as he slept at night. Every day, I was so grateful he was alive. Every day, I found new joy in him. Now, I'm so alone, and there's nothing I can do. But my boy gave me so much. I have to keep going, looking straight ahead. That's how I want to live. I'll eat the finest foods, visit the most exotic places. I'll do everything. Absolutely everything that Akinari couldn't. I'll have so many stories to tell him about the things I've done on that day. When we meet again on the other side, if I didn't have that to look forward to, I don't know how I could go on. That reminds me, when my son's condition worsened, he started writing a children's story. But when I was cleaning out his room, I never found his notebook. He said he wanted you to be the first one to see it when he was done. Then he laughed. and said I would be second. I suppose he wasn't able to finish the story.
Illusion of choice here. He did finish it.
What? So, did you get to read the story?
I explained how I received the notebook from Kamiki and that I heard the entire story.
I see. So you did. I'm so glad. That was my only regret. It was awful to think that he wasn't able to finish his project. Oh, you should hold on to his notebook. I'm sure that's what he would want to. I'll hear the story from him directly when I see him on the other side. Now I have one more thing to look forward to. I'm glad I could finally meet you. Thank you. Before I go, let this old woman give you one piece of advice. Take good care of the ones you hold dear. If you wait until their day comes, it's too late. Clinging to their cold bodies won't bring them back. Everyone who's born will die someday. Not just Akinari, or me, or even you. It's all the same. So before that happens, it doesn't take a grand gesture. You don't have to make a big production of it. But if you love someone, let them know it. We all go through life with the same struggles, the same heartbreak. We should all lift each other up with the same love and kindness as well. I'm sure you have something precious you can share with people too. Don't ever forget it.
Jeez, Kamiki's mother left without looking back. That social link went pretty hard. Yeah, some social links are definitely better than the others here. That one was pretty intense at the end. Yes, I'm still here going through the dialogue. It's still not over.
I heard he had a hand in the hidden menu at Hagakure as well.
I think I'm almost there though.
Oh, yes.
This might be my longest finale part I've ever made of a series. We'll see. It's 3:45.
He said it could use some.
I didn't think this final stream would take this long.
Sure enough, it was
Holy
delicious.
crap.
Now it's an item on our hidden menu.
I've been streaming for 7 hours.
I'm a fan of it myself.
For just the super boss, a last handful of days, and then the last few floors and final boss, 7 hours.
I had him come up with some ideas for what
I know I've rambled a decent bit along the way, but like, holy crap.
Yes, he's the one. Suemitsu-kun put our coffee on that too.
Man.
Sure, his appearance and behavior are, how should I say this?
If the day ever comes I play Persona 4, it's not for a long time.
But he knows everything about food, and his palate is refined. He's in a league of his own among gourmands. There's not a restaurateur around here who doesn't know him.
Is he that famous? So when you heard he was planning to leave to tour the country...
And I am starting to get a decent bit tired.
I was shocked and
Whoa.
disappointed, of course.
I got a little weird.
But I'm glad to hear he's doing well for himself.
Wait, here to hear your final thoughts during the credits? Yeah. Hopefully I still have enough energy for my full review. Otherwise it's for the end of the DLC.
I can still feel him. Wait, don't run that.
Are the rumors about a King Suemitsu statue being built in this shopping district true?
Oh, yes. I can't wait.
I can't exactly be sleeping in all day tomorrow. Well, today. Because my dad's side of the family, like, as a whole, put together, like, a big Christmas party. And it's today. So we're gonna have to head out and go to that. I don't know most of the people there. Like, it's actually pretty extensive, that family, when you really get into everyone. Not just, like, the small family gatherings of, like, actual Christmas itself. So, yeah, let's hope I'm not, like, half asleep, half dead during that.
Do you mind if we get
We'll see how tired I end up being.
Are you familiar with a high school student known as the Gourmet?
No, that wouldn't exactly be anything new with how I felt with work yesterday. Well, 2 days ago, since it's after midnight, when I had to frantically print that dragon in time before the gift exchange. And my mom had asked if I could print another thing for another coworker. I had to wait through like color changes. And I was awake until 2 in the morning when I had to wake up at 6 a.m. so I could get prints done in time to be able to give the thing to the coworker that was retiring and that was their last day there. Last chance to give that to them. So, that's what happens when you have last minute print requests, I guess. People get caught on this sometimes. We went to the same school, I'll say.
Oh, your uniform. So he went to GeckoCon High then. Thanks for your time.
So my sleep has been a little bit
myself one day.
not great recently, let's say. Review continues. Why it showed blue as if there was something new there.
Well, look who it is. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
You've grown so much since the last time I saw you.
Now, dear. They don't grow that fast. What must have happened is that we shrank. Isn't that right?
Oh, is that how it is? Looks like you got one over on me. Say, you know our old shop here, Bookworms? I'm thinking it's due for a makeover. Something fresh, avant-garde. I can't let GeckoCon's new school building hog the spotlight.
Sorry, my bad. I forgot they randomly added Joker from Persona 5 for no fucking reason, so obviously it's the best DLC ever. That's right. Sure, good idea.
Ain't it? I'll hash out some plans with my dear.
Don't say that's fine as is. People are elderly, they need things to keep them occupied and stay engaged.
Speaking of the new school building, they've decided to replant the persimmon tree.
Give them something to really be passionate about still.
To a special location on a hill overlooking
Like with
the
my
whole
Oma, that would be
campus.
her cat and plant stuff and her family and things like that. With my grandpa, it would be his old antique Pontiac car. Stuff like that.
For many more years to come.
Need something to keep on being passionate about and making progress on and doing cool stuff.
This makes
Be
me
happy
feel
with.
so
No.
happy.
Ever since my dear heard the news, she's turned into a leaky faucet. Come on, give me a smile. Go.
Please, dear. I think your dentures are falling out. Anyhow, we'll be supporting the GeckoCon students with renewed strength in our hearts.
About the tag, I forgot that was a tag that I had, and at first I thought this was a message asking about like the elderly couple here. I was like, you know, I don't kink shame, but I might have a couple questions there. But then I remembered, wait, that's a tag that I have on my stream. I think it's funny. Yeah, and I made the mustache tag back when I just had a mustache. I could probably add a beard tag now because I kind of grew out a beard this year. I haven't actually edited my tags for so long. Kind of hot, not gonna lie. At least maybe in my dreams, I'd be kind of hot, not gonna lie.
If we can get that young man to spread the word,
I don't know, here.
there'll be no
I don't have that as a command, but I can click on your profile and find out. So I can do, because if I click it, it'll say, following since June 4th, 2024, apparently. So however many months that is.
idea, hey dear?
Is the case.
Come now. Don't
What?
let him do our work for us.
Are you the guy that likes dom girls?
You don't have to put it like that.
I think that this is probably being confused with some other content creator.
Oh, you.
Like, I don't remember this topic ever coming up in stream. And there have been some related topics that have come up in stream around here before. Like, don't get me wrong. But I don't remember that specific topic, like, coming up and, like... So I don't think that's me. Like... I'm pretty sure not. Like, I know especially during things like Fire Emblem Fates Conquest, we've gone down tirades of like, who are the hottest characters? And literally like assigned viewers homework of making tier lists of like the hottest characters in the game. But I don't remember that specific topic ever coming up. Harmony, do you have something to tell us that? No. Hi, how's it going, Koromaru? It's like Koromaru was worried about me. Why? Game, why? I probably look like a mess. just annihilated by those Dom girls. It's okay, I'm fine. Gormao's expression brightened. He seems relieved. Gormao isn't budging from his spot. Guess he won't be leaving anytime soon. I want to hear. Maybe I should head inside. Okay, so that's like the end of the stuff, right? I did all the things. I went and chatted with everybody. That took a while, and I ended up chatting about a lot of other stuff along the way. Now final cutscene, and then like credits, maybe. I don't know. Oh, there's still Tanaka and his amazing commodities showing the news right now.
Coming up next, a special report on the amazing.
Yeah, that's the one we didn't get to.
Producer of Tanaka's amazing commodities. President Tanaka has made an undisclosed private expenditure that caused quite a stir in the media. With us is our reporter live on scene. Take it away.
I'm reporting from the Amazing Commodities head office, where a swarm of journalists has convened. Word has it that President Tanaka will be coming out shortly to make
Causing harmonious stream moment. Yeah, I mean the stuff that happens around here.
As things unfold. Back to the studio. The unaccounted for expenditure.
Can't say I was expecting that.
Some theorize he is.
It's just proof that there's paid actors around here.
Oh, no question. This is President Tanaka we're talking about. All he cares about is lining his own pockets, and he does it by swindling his own viewers. He could become the richest man on the planet and still never be satisfied.
Not gonna get over that. Gonna think about it and laugh sometimes.
Well, I'm sure he's not as bad as all that. Oh, this just in. Something's happened at the scene.
President Tanaka has emerged. Oh, he's carrying a microphone.
That's so true. Why would I be here if I weren't a paid actor? That's right.
Ready to go in your TV? Tanaka's commodities. Everybody's ultimate friend in greed. Hi, everyone. Amazing Commodities is here for you year-round, rain or shine. We have a monopoly on the cheapest, highest quality goods. Our customers shout for joy so loud it's considered noise pollution. Our stocks rise so high they're a hazard to birds. And we make losers every day out of people who don't buy.
Wow, quite the salesman, huh?
Miracle left in this sad, desolate world. That's the Amazing Commodities guarantee. We look forward to your business.
President Tanaka's car drove off. I didn't realize he was in a car.
He's gone.
What the hell are you doing? You call yourself a reporter? If you can't get one lousy comment out of him, you're just giving him free advertising.
We'll have to interrupt you there as we've just received a fax. It's from President Tanaka. The message reads, "Hi, this is Tanaka, the best friend your pocketbook ever had. And what's in my pocketbook is my own business. It's not my company's money, so what's it to them how I use it? But let me make one thing clear. I am not ashamed of a single thing. My conscience is clear, dear viewers, so buy my products, guilt-free. Amazing Commodities, here for you year-round, rain or shine. Buy now, or you'll miss your chance. You'll see. Bye-bye." Apparently, he had no intention of revealing his use for the funds.
Drugs.
Does he have no shame? This Tanaka guy. Just because he's made some money for himself doesn't mean that we're his little playthings. On behalf of the people, I have something to say, and I am not afraid to say it. Fat pigs like him who gorge themselves on the excesses of capitalism should be.
Yes, thank you
It'd
very
be
much.
cool if they moved a little bit if I wasn't playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now with this
The
TV.
utilization of said funds, we can only hope that they went to humanitarian purposes. Next up, your daily glimpse into the stock market. This just in.
I'm sure
We
they
have reports
did.
That Amazing Commodities stocks have suddenly skyrocketed.
Report continues. Whole body feels sluggish, too exhausted to fight the fatigue. Third year's graduation ceremony is tomorrow. I should head to bed early tonight. Well, hopefully the next cutscene isn't super long. Hi.
Have you seen this photo before?
What?
There's Sonata Senpai. Kirijo-senpai, and that one student who passed away last year in an incident. Aragaki-senpai?
Scratch photo. Is it gonna show me a full thing? It's a photo of Sonata, Mitsuru, and Aragaki. Seems like Aragaki is smiling faintly. Okay, well, I don't know if there's anyone else here. What about my plants on the roof? It's most iconic in the game. Okay, I can just fast travel here. My plants! Hell yeah! Or was this increased? Maybe it's because I studied how to grow them well. I thought I planted tomatoes. Did I misread? I thought I planted buff tomato sprouts. Maybe I planted buff potato sprouts. I was talking about how it's symbolic because I'm growing a bunch of tomatoes next year. Did I plant potatoes all along? What a plot twist, huh? Alright. Throws me for a loop when my controller vibrates on my lap. A text message. Sender's name is blank. Who is this from? Better be hot singles in my area. No subject. Thank you. Oh crap, they have my data now. Now my phone's compromised. I've been hacked. What? I guess for some reason I feel very tired. Maybe I should go to bed early. Okay. I thought I would just immediately go to bed like automatically after that. Guess not. Man, that cutscene was super iconic. The message saying thank you. I'm sure that's referencing like the actual next one, but
May I please come in?
just a second.
Thank goodness. I'm so happy to see you again. I'm sorry to show up so suddenly, but I really needed to talk to you.
No problem.
I remember everything. It seems like everyone else has forgotten. But I remember. That day we...
Oh, I can reveal that I remember too. Yeah, we did.
I'm sorry. It's just that when I remembered, I was afraid you might go somewhere far away, like you did during the last battle.
I'm not going anywhere.
Today is graduation day, isn't it? I'm sorry. The ceremony's already begun. The weather is so nice outside. Do you remember where we all promised to meet? Why don't we go ahead and wait for the others? We can enjoy the peaceful view of the city.
Oh, I have to alt-tab off the game for a hot second and pause it because there's another best viewers bot that I have to ban.
The time to part has finally come. Though this is our last day together, we want the third-year class.
It's now
to know
past
that
4
we're
a.m.
truly proud of you. We wish each of you good health, happiness, and success. On this momentous occasion, I bid you all a fond farewell on behalf of the student body.
Next, a word from the valedictorian. From Class D, Mitsuru Kirijo-san.
Thank you. This past year, I accepted an important responsibility as Student Council President. When I first addressed you from this podium, I spoke to you all about seizing opportunity while you had the chance. It must have been fate that intervened and gave me an important reminder of this. As many of you know, my father unexpectedly passed away due to sudden illness. Sudden illness?
Wow, that's rare. I've never heard her stumble in a speech before.
It's a big day. It must be tough to talk about her father.
I remember now. That's right. After my father died, there was a time I lost motivation to live my life.
Am I forgetting something?
Senpai? What are you doing?
Goromaru!
But no longer. I shall honor my father's will. I won't run from the future. I'll face it head on. Not a single doubt remains in my mind. And the reason...
I promise.
Mitsuru.
That's right.
It's because I have forged such wonderful friendships. And we swore that we would never lose hope, no matter what the future may bring.
Senpai, we remembered him, and Aegis.
Yes, I did as well. Let's go. They're waiting.
Hello, this is the ceremony. We're not done.
The wind. It feels so nice. I admit, I'm finally noticing the beauty of spring. It's wonderful. And yet, without exception, each and every season will come to an end. We fought side by side. We faced the world's end. And now, I'm finally beginning to understand what it was I'd been searching for. I always wondered what it really meant to live. Now I think it's following your heart, fighting for what you can change, and accepting the things you can't. Nothing on this earth lasts forever. Every life will one day fizzle out. That holds true for all of us, and as soon as you come to terms with it, you realize something. You see what really matters, and find out what it is that gives your life meaning. When I learned that I wasn't strong enough, I was tormented by it. Now I understand why. Protecting others is the duty I was given. But to me, it was more than an obligation. At some point, it became something I wanted to do for myself. Once I decided to try and prevent the fall, something inside me clicked. When I thought about how I might never see you again, that's when I first understood what mattered to me the most. And so, I made up my mind. What I want is to protect you from now until the end of time. I want to stay by your side. And I know I'm not the only one out there who could do this. But still, I want to. Because I'm positive, if I do it for you, then nothing's a waste. My life will have meaning. So, thank you.
Well, I have options here. Well, there's a new sound effect just for this. It's okay. It really didn't matter what I said there.
Sorry. What's gotten into me? It's good. I finally found a reason to live. So why am I... They're here. I see it now. I have friends. We support each other through thick and thin.
Not everything needs to be for some greater purpose. Just caring about someone can be enough. That's all we need to give our lives meaning. As for me, I found my path. And that's to protect you with my life. Thank you so much for everything. You must be tired. Go ahead and rest now. I'll be right here. I won't be going anywhere. In a moment, the others will be joining us.
I'm getting sleepier. This is gonna be hella awkward if you're in a relationship with one of the other party members at this point and they come around the corner and see. Do I have to select that? My eyes. Oh, my eyes feel heavy. Nothing or close them. Nothing. A freaking illusion of choice in this game.
It'll be okay. I'm right by your side, here to protect you forevermore.
It's not what you think it is. Now I did it, right? This has got to be a credit screen. If it's not a credit screen, I'm gonna lose my mind. Staff, yes, yes, show me your name. Show me. Persona 3 Reload. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Where do I even begin here? Yeah, a little vague there. I feel like at the end, that is probably like the most power of friendship, like kind of ending in general, like across like the whole final boss and that I might have seen in a story either ever or in a long time. But this game actually has a plot to justify it. I feel like there's a lot of stories that are just like, oh, generic power of friendship and all that. And it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, it's not really anything new here. And it's just like really standard and just like, oh yeah, these people just happen to be friends that are using the power of friendship, yada yada, is usually how it goes in those kinds of stories. Like, this is very much power of friendship, but like, okay, yeah, I get it. Like, not in terms of like, the way that I phrased that made it sound like it could be interpreted as like repetitiveness, but like, I get it as in terms of like, it has a plot to justify it. And like, ingrained enough that it's like, okay, yeah, it makes sense, I get it, kind of thing. Like, it justifies itself in that kind of lesson and reasoning and all that. Unlike a lot of the more generic, yeah, typical power of friendship kind of things. Like, this is more like, oh yeah, I get you, if that makes sense. I don't know how to phrase it. It's freaking 4:11 in the morning on the 14th of December. I was not planning on being up this long. I'm gonna be so half dead the rest of today at this Christmas party, but that's neither here nor there. Where the heck do I start on this game? Let's talk about the story a little bit. Essentially, you've been dead since the final battle, but just been going on the promise of being together with everyone on graduation day, more or less. Wait, is the main character supposed to have been like basically dead at that point, and that's the end? Until the answer? And that's why I was so tired? I would not have guessed that. Okay, I did not put that together. Oh. I guess the answer will probably answer some questions about that, the DLC story and stuff like that. Huh. Okay, yeah. I guess it's also made in such a way that it can be a little bit up to interpretation, and I guess the answer will answer some things about that. But yeah, let's start about, I'll probably talk the most about the story. Let's start with the story. So, it had me a little bit intrigued in the beginning with, like, the whole premise of the dark hour that only some people are aware of, but, like, everyone is pulled into one way or another, and there's all these shadows that are coming with every full moon, and it's like, oh, there's this threat that's coming after you, actively, essentially, with, like, all these shadows that are always gonna be present. I guess, like, not all the big boss shadows are always gonna be coming after you, but still, it feels like a little bit more of a threat than, like, Persona 5, where it's like, we're more of the ones going out of our way for it. Kind of feels like. I was a bit intrigued about that. I'm a little bit confused still about, like, the whole evokers summoning personas. Like, us essentially pseudo-killing ourselves to summon a persona, like, how exactly that works. Maybe it's something that's explained if you, like, really delve into the lore. It's not, like, something I need to know the answer to make the story make sense or anything like that. But I was a bit curious about that. I do definitely prefer the way that I handle, like, new character recruitment in Persona 5. Like, that's the only other Persona game I can compare it to, because it's the only other one I've played up to this point, where there's the whole subplots along the way that involve doing something that helps someone out, and then they're recruited, and they're in it for, like, their own motivations and stuff like that, and it feels a lot more natural. Like, the character recruitments in this game can be a little bit unexpected and like, whoa, that's cool that I get this character now out of nowhere, but it is very much out of nowhere, you know? Like Akihiko just finding Junpei that can be in the dark hour as well, just like, oh yeah, I found this guy over at the gas station in the dark hour, whatever the hell it was. And it's just like, oh, he's a guy now. Like, it's a lot more out of nowhere when it comes to this game, which can be like kind of fun, unexpected, like, oh, here's a new party member. But I don't feel like quite as attached to them in the beginning, and the game needs to take more time to make me feel attached to them. I don't think I felt as attached to the characters in this compared to, like, Persona 5 that had a lot more, like, build-up and development and stuff like that. Like, the characters did have development in this. Like, it's not like it was completely gone, but I definitely felt a lot better with, like, the Persona 5 handle on things, I will say. And then the actual meat of the game, in terms of story, oh my god, it's just so much of a nothing burger. Like, one of the things I liked about Persona 5 is while the game is still really long, it was able to kind of keep me engaged with, like, these subplots that would go start to finish. Like, it felt like seasons of a TV show, where it's like, you start this arc, you end this arc, you start this arc, you end this arc. And it can be intriguing to see, like, how they progress. And some of the arcs are definitely better than others. Like, one of the ones that comes to mind when I say that is the whole, it's past 4 in the morning. Normally I would know his name. Kaneshiro was his name. The dude all about the money and stuff in Persona 5. It's like, oh yeah, that's pretty fillery and pretty generic. His dungeon theme is a bit of a bop. Like, Price is a theme that goes hard. So, like, some are definitely better than others, but I was generally, like, pretty engaged with, like, the subplots going on. This game didn't really feel like it had subplots. Sometimes it would, but usually the subplots would just be something that I don't really care all that much about. Like, there's rumors about ghost sightings at the school. Ooh, and I distinctly remember Junpei taking the flashlight. Where did I put my trouble light? I don't know. I was gonna take my trouble light and I was gonna recreate it, but I don't know where I put my trouble light now. I was recently using it for stuff on my 3D printer. Oh, whatever, I'm not recreating it. I have my phone right here. And he was like, ooh, spooky ghost story time with Junpei and doing stuff like that. So it's like they tried to inject some charm into stuff like that. But the actual subplot material itself would just be, like, not interesting at all. It's just like, oh, there's ghosts and disappearances. And that's like, big surprise. It's stuff in Tartarus again. Who could have seen that coming? Like, it just couldn't really keep me engaged. And by not having, like, the kind of build up into recruiting party members, it just didn't really have me engaged to keep on going. I feel like the party members that did have more interesting stuff going on would just be kind of like suddenly recruited, and then their more interesting stuff happens later. Like we saw with Shinjiro and Amada, for example, with Ken there, where it's like, yeah, there was a little bit more build up with Shinji, where it's like he's so reluctant to come back for a while, then he eventually comes back. But Ken was very much out of nowhere, like, yep, here's this grade schooler that has the power as well, and he's been brought into things. And then the more interesting stuff happens with him later. And that more interesting stuff can be, like, pretty engaging, but it takes so long to get to that. Whereas in something like Persona 5, it's kind of like how the characters are introduced, and you're going, like, right through that interesting stuff right from the get-go to kind of keep you engaged, to actually be caring about these characters. Whereas I feel like in this game, it's only as it goes on that you would start to care about the characters. And yeah, there would be characters along the way that I'd care about, the arcs of, and the stuff going on with their stories. But it would take a little while to get up to that point, I feel like. And so much of, like, a nothing burger of plot for so much of it. Like, we get, like, little hints of plot stuff happening along the way. Like the whole subplot with the vacation and us going and meeting Aegis and finding out stuff about the Institute. Like, little bits and pieces here and there. But that was pretty far and few between. And so much of the plot is just, like, zero actual story progression. Finn.
I'd like to bestow on you a reward for overcoming great hardship time after time.
Oh, thanks.
Please accept this gift.
Blue envelope, what does that do? What, huh? Blue envelope? Oh, from shadows to light, watch the good ending. I just got a Steam achievement. If you load the data you save here, you will start the game over, carrying over certain attributes from your clear data. Yeah, New Game Plus stuff. If you overwrite the original save, you'll be able to continue playing from that point in the game. If you upload your clear data to the network, you'll only be able to load it through the network. I recommend save clear data to the console. Yeah, I will. I'll put it into... Well, that works out pretty well. The very bottom slot. Cool. Clear data, start a new game. Cool. I don't think I'd ever want to start a New Game Plus, but the option is open to me. Hold on. Persona 3 Reload, Blue Envelope. Post-game concept probably for the ultimate Persona of this game. Okay, so that's unlocked for that. Secret Merciless item? Wait, was that a Merciless item? Wait, what? I just finished the game and got a key item called a Blue Envelope. The description reads, at the end of a great trial, the answer illuminates my path. I have no idea what this item is supposed to do, and doing some digging online reveals me that nearly nobody else has discussed it. It does not reduce the price of the compendium. Here's a video, not mine, of the dialogue when you obtain it and what it looks like in-game. It might be related to the Leaked Answer DLC, but why just Merciless? Was that a Merciless reward? To add something, if you start New Game Plus on Merciless, the game warns you that nothing will carry over. Nothing. Except this envelope. There must be something for it used during New Game Plus, I would imagine. These are posts from 10 months ago, though. But, like, what? What? Platinum bookmark neither? I don't defeat Elizabeth because I never use the Omnipotent Orb and don't like the idea of a 40-minute fight. Pretty sure it's just a trophy to show you beat the game on Merciless. So is that my Merciless reward? Just like how you get an item that does nothing when you defeat Elizabeth. No, I got an item that did something there. I'm gonna get for being Elizabeth as accessory. Yeah. Not talk about that. Get an item for completing the request. It's most likely a reference to the Answer DLC that will be released in the future. Truth be told, I'm hoping against hope that we'll see something after the Answer, considering Elizabeth is looking for a way to save him. Yada. How to get Blue Envelope game rant article. Here. I can just show you what I'm seeing. This is just the browser that I was using before. Hold on. And then Persona 3 Reload, the main character and the team will wrap up all the necessary battles. Yeah. In this guide, you can... I hate when there's all this padding. And Persona 3 Reload. Yeah. Slowly pass away in sleep. However, if you complete the game on Merciless mode, you will receive a gift from Elizabeth, the assistant found in the Velvet Room. Ah, that extra padding there. Thanks. For overcoming great hardship, she will give you the Blue Envelope, which has the following description. At the end of a great trial, the answer illuminates my path. At the moment, it seems that nothing can be done with the Blue Envelope in the game. You can check its description once you've begun the New Game Plus file, where you'll find it under the Materials and Valuables section. Although there's nothing you can do with the blue envelope, many people believe it's a hint to the upcoming DLC. The answer. Well, can I find a more recent posted thing? Which originally came as an additional episode from... Luckily, those who guessed there would be DLC for the game, they were right. It's nothing important, you know that much. Okay. That's cool that it's like, hey, here's like a little trophy thing for beating the hardest difficulty in the game. Which really didn't feel very hard, honestly. Blue envelope. At the end of a great trial, the answer illuminates my path. Maybe a tease. Wow, even this wiki here, leave it a fandom, I guess. Just says that when the answer is out. Is there a more recent thing? Features a secret message. Have you beat Merciless difficulty? Just about the blue envelope. Yeah, at the end of a... Time after time, please accept this gift, and I got the blue envelope. Then of a great trial, the answer illuminates my path. Okay. Does it do anything in the answer? Maybe I can just look that up. Does the blue envelope do anything in the answer? I don't know. How do you know how to summon an American under your rules? I appreciate the follow there, Elysium Vixen. My rules are the lyrics to the Bill Nye the Science Guy theme song, at least like the chat rules here. I don't know what this bit is about summoning an American. Nothing you can do. Yeah, but what about when the answer came out? Plus in the blue envelope. Not serve any purpose apart from being proof that you beat her. Beat her? Maybe this is talking about like the other accessory there. Where's the blue envelope? I don't know. It's a meme? Okay, I guess I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry to say. Okay. Well, there. Whoa. Whoa. Stop game. Okay, there. I did the thing. Oh, the title screen's different. Oh. Interesting. Okay, where was I at in my review? So I was just talking about how so much of the plot is a bit of a nothing burger through a lot of it. I really wish that there was either more advancement of the plot throughout it, or more interesting subplots that could keep me engaged and motivated to keep on playing, like the countless subplot after subplot of like Persona 5. Like when I played through Persona 5, it very much felt like seasons of a show that I was completing. This game very much did not feel that way, and really made me wonder, what the heck am I doing for so much of the game when it came to the story? It did definitely get better towards the end, as people said that it would. I feel like when it started picking up, when it started doing stuff with like Ken and Shinji, I don't feel like it became like the super amazing masterpiece that a lot of people seem to make it out to be. But it was definitely a lot more interesting, and it toyed with like some interesting ideas, like personas summoned unnaturally actually attacking their users and not being able to be controlled and stuff like that, and I thought that that was some interesting ideas to play around with. I thought that the motivations of Strega at the end wasn't great. Just like, hey, we're not gonna live all that long because of the way that we were made anyway, so screw it, we're taking you down with us. At least that's the way that it sounded like from Jin. I don't know what Takeya's full-on motivations were, if it was like a similar thing, or if he just kind of hated the world and wanted to watch the whole world burn because of that. No, I kind of want to listen to that music. Maybe if I go on to load file, maybe it'll stay here, or something like that. I can listen to this for a hot second here. So, I was a little bit confused about that there. 75% really is just a nothing burger, even the little bit you get doesn't justify the amount of time between the nuggets of Alright story. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel like. They're gonna just have a meeting except America is missing? England says hold on and sings Bill Nye the Science Guy, and like the Kool-Aid Man, America breaks through a wall screaming Bill, Bill, Bill. That is something that America would probably do. But yeah, this is the first time that I've heard this. But yeah, I feel like right towards the end, I think the little details like, oh, you had the secret death arcana in you all along, is a bit of an interesting twist. Not something that's gonna like blow my socks off and be like, what? No way. But it's like, oh, that kind of twist, you know, where it's like intriguing and a bit interesting, not mind blowing and like out of this world, but like, okay, I can dig it. And then that being like why Igus was so attached to you. It's like, okay, that's interesting. I like that plot detail there. Yeah, in general, Strega has pretty mediocre motivations in a game that's generally really good at motivations. Most people do agree with that. Okay. Because that's why I felt about that. I was intrigued about the whole Death Arcana thing. When he came back as Ryoji and we got to know this character and find out from him a little bit of what's to come. That was a bit more of the, okay, interesting. Yeah, I ended up romancing Mitsuru in this game here. Is who I ended up going with for the S support to use Fire Emblem terms. So yeah, there was that. The very ending there, there's an emote of this. Oh, I gotta hover over it to see like the full preview here. The what? I can't hover. I could have sworn you can hover over a thing in Twitch chat. Oh, here now I can. Mitsuri from Little's Low Geek. Nice. Interesting. But yeah, the very end and the way that went, like I was saying before, it is very, very much power of friendship, but I feel like this plot probably justified the power of friendship the most out of stories that I've seen that have like the power of friendship be like their big thing at the end. Like it felt like the most called for and appropriate here. Like it had a lot of build up for that. Maybe I should actually talk a little bit about the social links before that point, because that's kind of what builds up to that. Friends dyslexic and kept calling here Missouri, so made an emote about that. Nice. That's pretty awesome. With the whole nothing burger of the game, this kind of goes into gameplay a little bit, but doing like the social links over and over and over again, and that being like what 90% of the gameplay loop was most of the time here. It would definitely drag on at times. Some of the social links were definitely better than others. When we're factoring in like the full social link, including the conclusion, I think the Sun Arcana was my favorite. Kamiki, I think his name was. I could be talking about my ass here. I don't remember because he wasn't exactly saying his name a whole lot. I know it appeared on screen and he was referenced there. But with the ending of that and like the whole lesson after the fact with that, I think that one was my favorite social link. There was some good social links in this game. And I liked how the chariot guy kind of realized that it was his own pride that was pushing him, when it's just like, oh yeah, it's just for like my nephew here. I gotta push myself even though it could cause permanent injury to myself, and having to come to terms with that being like his own pride. And so I did think that there was like some meaningful lessons and some interesting social links in this game. There were some good ones. A lot of them I wasn't really the biggest fan of, but when you spend most of the game just making connections with people and furthering those step by step, and then at the very end, it's like, hey, with all these people that you've connected to, that's the thing that gives you the power to be able to be like the one person that can still stand and still take on the big bad, like the literal power of friendship. It's like, okay, you know, I dig it. I'm into it here. I kind of like that. Social links are extremely hit or miss. You kind of want to make your own tier list of Persona social links just to see how bad they are overall. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like the social links could have been a lot better in this game, because yeah, a lot of them are just like, why am I hanging out with this person and doing these things? Like, what the heck even? Like, I think probably the cringiest one was the Moon Arcana, the Suemitsu dude. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm a gourmand chef. Ooh, I'm getting the shits. I gotta get out of here. I know he wasn't saying stuff like that, but it's like, why am I here? What? Like, there are some social links like that. Or like the Magician Arcana in my classroom, where he's just talking about how he's trying to like romance a teacher. And it's like, why the hell am I here and hanging out with this person and like humoring him? What? There was a couple social links like that where I'm just like, what even? But yeah, I maxed out everybody except for Aegis. That was the only one that I wasn't able to max out in time. Like, you're not expecting Persona 4 levels of social links, especially the first game to do this, but like expecting better. You have every right about the moon. You can't stand that one. Yeah, and then when things are coming out, like, it sounds like he's stabbed some other people in the back, and it's like, wow, really? Why am I even hanging out with this person? So I think he was probably my least favorite. I think Magician might have been like my second least favorite, just because like I'm constantly hanging out with him, talking with him about how he wants to romance some teacher and like run away on this romance. And it's like, I don't want to be a part of this. Quite frankly, leave me out, please. Thank you. Quite frankly. Persona 4's king of social links, though. Yeah, I'll definitely look forward to that when I eventually play that game, like, forever down the line. But yeah, so it was very built up. Favorite is Sun and Art Club. Fair enough there. That was one that I started pretty late, was the Art Club one, so I wasn't really able to get it throughout, like, the full game, I don't think. But yeah, my very favorite has definitely got to be the Sun, especially with the ending there, where it's like, wow, that hits hard. Like, I felt that in the feels when that was hitting at the end there with his mother. So there were definitely some that I liked, but a lot of them just kind of felt like, why am I here? Why am I doing this? It's kind of the case. So I do wish that the social links were a bit better, and I would have felt like a little bit more payoff at the end with like all these people cheering me on and believing in me if I cared about the people that were there cheering me on more, because there were some that I didn't. Was definitely the case. Working on your new game plus and getting all the links this time. Nice. But yeah, I feel like with the way that it handled the whole power of friendship here, it did feel deserved. I think it would feel more deserved if like the links were a bit better, but it did definitely feel deserved. And I feel like most stories I'd see with like the power of friendship kind of generic thing, I'd just be like, yeah, whatever, I get it. But like with the way it was handled in this game, it's like, oh, yeah, I get it, you know, a very different way. So I do kind of appreciate like the whole lesson at the end with like finding meaning in one's life and keeping connections with one another and making the most of your time together and all that stuff. And I know that another game that I'm doing right now of Mario and Luigi Brothership is all about connections, and I feel like it's probably not going to do it as well as this game. And by the time that I beat Mario and Luigi Brothership and I end up giving my full review at the end of that game, I'm probably going to be like, man, I wish it could just be kind of like Persona 3 Reload, where it feels a whole lot more believable. Because man, is that game crap in its storytelling. Like this, I could believe it at the end. Like, I could get it. And when you see like the ending cutscenes, it's like, okay, that does genuinely feel meaningful. Like, yeah, I wish that some of the social links leading up to it could have been better, but I did actually like the way this game ended. I did enjoy that, and like the final cutscene and stuff, and like some of the final links there, like especially the one finishing off the Sun, where it's like all about making the most of the time you have because you never know what's going to happen. So like make the most of everything and truly live your life. It's like, okay, that's like a meaningful lesson that I can take from this game and that I truly appreciate about it, you know? How much more you would enjoyed it if it had at least Persona 5 levels of social links? Yeah, I probably would have enjoyed this game a whole lot more if it did. And again, there was a couple social links in there that I did really like. I really liked the Sun one. I really liked Mutatsu's. What were other ones I really liked? I liked Mitsuru's, hence like going with her there. I didn't get to finish Aigus's, but I was starting to find hers interesting. And they weren't social links per se, but like linked episodes. But I like Junpei's. What other ones did I really like, genuinely like? I liked the ending of the Chariot one, with him reflecting on his pride. I thought that the school club, the student council dudo there, had some interesting stuff going on. I think those are the ones that I really liked. I thought the art room one was kind of interesting. As Rex said, with the power of friendship. That's right. I think Persona 5 could have had better social links, but they were definitely better than this. Yeah, and I agree with that as well. Like, I don't think that Persona 5 social links are perfect. I did like how much better they felt gameplay-wise with them getting you more skills along the way, and I'll talk about that a little bit when I get to gameplay. Other things that I can mention with the story, the characters in it. Again, I didn't feel like they were as built up, like, up to recruitment, just because of the way like the storytelling format was handled in this game. But as it went on, there were some that I did genuinely like really care about. I did like how some of the characters had like connections to the overall story, like with Yukari and Mitsuru having direct connections to like the story being told. I thought that was pretty cool. I think if I had to pick like a favorite character in this cast, it was honestly Junpei. And like I really love the voice acting with him as well. I think he was like my favorite voice actor in the mix as well. Just like that kind of tone where he's like super into it, but he can also get kind of worried sometimes and like genuinely scared, but like trying to like move on and get through things. Like I really like that kind of direction that they took with him. Like he would very much wore his personality on his sleeve, and very much lacked a filter a lot of the time. He'd say if something came to mind, he would just like blur it out and say it immediately. And a lot of the other characters in the story would be giving him a lot of shit for that. And a lot of the time I'd feel like it would be a little bit too harsh at times. Sometimes he'd be pushing the line a little bit with things, but he was also like just a very genuine and real character a lot of the time. Like with him even like snapping out at you sometimes about like, what would you know? And then like apologizing about it afterwards, talking about how everything is just so overwhelming, and just being like an extremely human character in the plot. And I thought that that was just like really cool. I really like that about him. So I think he was probably my favorite character there. And then like the stuff with Chidori was definitely really sad. I quite liked his plotline. I think that he was probably my favorite character in this game. Maybe second is Koromaru, I don't know. I did really like how there was a dog party member in this game. I thought that that was pretty cool. I thought that the stuff with Aigis was kind of interesting. At first I wasn't too into it, because I was just like, oh yeah, just another generic, here's like a robot party member that is initially just following like their objectives but learns to become human. Yeah, I've been through this like a bazillion times. But by the end, I thought that it was definitely a lot more interesting, where it's like, first I had this goal because it's what I was made to do, like that's the direction that I had, but now it's a goal that I genuinely want to achieve because of valuing these connections. So it's like the ultimate goal stays the same instead of changing. I feel like a lot of the plot lines that are like a robot character learning to become human and all that, usually the goal changes, where it's like, instead of following my orders, I'm going to do this thing that's more human. I mean, I guess we saw that when, like, she went from betraying us to being on the good guy's side and all that. But this is a case where it's like, the goal stays the same, but the reasons behind it changed. The reasons behind it changed to the lesson that the plot is going for. And that's something that I appreciate about it, I will say. Yeah, that too, Persona 5, even for social links. You didn't like it, it did still make you not really excited, but you did look forward to doing the social links for the skills. Yeah, there's like the gameplay incentive. That's unfortunately something you have to knock both Persona 3 and 4 for, as much as you love Persona 4. Fair enough there. But yeah, so I thought that that was definitely something that I appreciate about this take on like the robot going human plot. I thought that Ken was kind of interesting with like him having it out for Shinji. I feel like it was a little bit rushed though, because we didn't really have build up to it. It was just kind of like out of nowhere, there's the confrontation between them and like the big reveal of this was the past all along. And then we get all of this stuff to happen and Shinji dies, and then like Ken getting over it. And then it's like that plot line is resolved. And we'll mention it from time to time here and there. But but instead of being like a really cool in-depth plot line to like really explore, it's like, here it is in this tiny little section of the story and then it's done. And we didn't really get the time to like really explore it. I thought that him mentioning that he was similar to Strega at the end was kind of interesting, but like we could have explored that a little bit with him being like, man, am I really just like them, just acting off of these impulses and feelings and spite and hate and all that. So it would have been cool to see that a little bit more explored. Maybe I'll remember more about the story as it goes on. Like I mentioned with like, I guess this is kind of story sort of gameplay wise, the school environment, man, the teachers sure feel like they sucked at their jobs. I was constantly questioning, what the hell are we even learning here? All the teachers are just constantly complaining about how everything sucks and they wish they could be doing something else and not really teaching the material. It was kind of funny. Like, you could argue then that it made that more lasting impression on me, where when I think about the teachers in Persona 3 in the future, I'll think about how they all hated it there. But, but I was a little bit odd for a smidge, I will say. That might be all the things I want to say about the story. So like, there were things that I did really appreciate about it. I remember another thing that I wanted to mention. The whole betrayal with like the guy that was like our leader there. What was his whole motivation? Because he was just like some crazy cult fanatic about Nyx. Like maybe I just fully didn't understand it, but he just kind of worshipped Nyx as like a godly figure and was like super into that, and like, I don't know what could have potentially led up to this. It didn't feel like very human motivations, just very generic. I'm gonna revive the Dark God because I worship the Dark God. Like, cool, I guess. And I thought this game was gonna get, like, super crazy when I heard that there was gonna be, like, a scene of crucifixion. And yeah, we were all up on crosses to, I guess, show, like, the religious kind of connection, to show that he worships Nyx in a religious kind of light, is what that was probably meant to be symbolic for. But I don't know, it just didn't really go as hard as I thought there. Like, I was waiting to be crucified through this whole game, and then it finally happened, and then it just felt like really underwhelming, I guess. I don't know. Like, man, the crucifixion was not worth the hype. 1 out of 5 stars, would not crucify again. And then, yeah, I guess coming over to our side, like, very soon after, it didn't really feel like things were completely against us for very long. Like, I guess you could argue that things felt more against us as we found out that Nyx was coming and stuff like that. But, it wasn't one of those plots where it's like the heroes, like, truly lose and need to now, like, pick up the scraps and figure out, like, what to do. As you'd see in something like, let's use Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as an example. When the Aegis Pyramithra gets abducted, and who's, like, one of your strongest party members at that point. And now you have to go through, like, an entire chapter of the game without, like, one of your strongest characters and figure out how to get by and stuff. It would have been cool to see a kind of section like that where it's like, what the hell do we do now? Kind of thing. Oh, and another thing I can mention about this story, the whole good end and bad end. I'll make sure your crucifixion's to your liking when I crucify you. 5-star crucifixion services. The whole bad end. When it came to, like, Persona 5 Royal, the Royal content specifically, the stuff with, God, what's his name now? It's 4:44 in the morning, I'm blanking on names. I should know his name. The doctor. Mr. Guy. The guy with the legendary voice actor that passed away at a way too young age, and I'm forgetting his name now, too. Oh, God. Something Suki, or whatever the heck. Oh, God. The name. This is gonna bug me. Let's just say Persona 5 Royal Final Boss. He'll come up. Maruki is what I'm getting confused with. I had Mitsuki in my head for some reason. But Maruki, Dr. Maruki, that's who the hell I'm thinking of. With the bad end with him, where there's the options of, like, fight him, oppose him, and get, like, the true ending, or let him have his way. And the bad ending isn't as bad in that game, where it's just like, he wants to craft the world in such a way that as many people can be happy, even if the world isn't, like, as authentic as it would be in, like, a more organic environment. Like, he wants to try and make people happy and not have to go through, like, the suffering that they go through. Like, he has a little bit more believable of a motivation. And the bad end of letting him have his way shows, like, all the characters being happy and, like, truly enjoying life. And they're trying to get, like, a group photo together, but someone has to go and take the photo, and Dr. Maruki's walking by, and they're like, hey, can you take the photo? And Dr. Maruki takes the photo, and you never truly see his face to show that he's, like, an invisible god. And as he's walking away, everyone's like, oh, thank you for that, when it can also be, like, symbolic of them thanking him for what he's done to the world. And as he's walking by, he just gives, like, a wave, and is to kind of show, like, you're welcome. This is what I'm doing for you. And it does beg some questions of, like, how good of an ending really is it? Like, I know that Sketchy was, like, super not about that and wanted to oppose it no matter what. And there he is being, like, super happy cheery, which we know was not his true personality. So was he just, like, brainwashed to be like that? Like, how much control do we truly have? So there's, like, a lot of nuance there for you to ask, like, oh, is that really all that great? And a lot that you can question, like, huh, this is a little bit jarring and odd, isn't it? But you can still see, like, the characters being happy, and it's a lot more up to interpretation bad end, you know? Like, it's a bad end that makes you think. It's a bad end that isn't that bad, you can argue. It's one that is thought-provoking and is definitely worthwhile to see once and, like, to ponder on. So I definitely appreciate the bad end in Persona 5 Royal. And this game tried to do a similar situation where it's like, oh, it'll be better for you if you go down the bad end, because then everybody will forget, and then the fall will happen, and you get to enjoy these last few months without having to worry about, like, the world ending, because Nyx is undefeatable. You don't stand any chance anyway. But that it's so much more bullshit compared to the like the bad end option given in P5, for example. It's like the two options of like forget everything and just experience the last few months as a normal high schooler because you can't beat the final boss. Source, trust me, bro. When you obviously can be the final boss, and as a player playing a video game, you would assume, yes, the final boss is defeatable. And realistically, it's like, wouldn't you want to at least try? Like, he says, like, there's no way that you can do it, but wouldn't it feel better to at least try and feel like you've tried instead of just, like, pretending that it doesn't exist? And then the bad end is just, like, people are experiencing their lives and being happy, cheery, and then everyone dies. And it's like, okay, I don't really feel all that great about it. I would have felt a whole lot better trying. And is there literally any reason not to try? Apart from just not having to worry about it, I guess? Like, that's the perk of the bad end, is you don't have to worry about it. And it just didn't feel like as worth it as like a potential other route to go down like I felt like there was in Persona 5 Royal. It felt like, literally, why would anyone choose this? Like, I chose it once just to see what it was like. I was just like, huh, well, that wasn't great, was it? I just kind of felt like. So I felt like the bad end of this game was a bit pointless, in my opinion. Whereas in Persona 5 Royal, it was very much not pointless. So that's something that I can say about the bad end. Was there anything else that I wanted to mention about the story, or have I now covered, like, all the ground that I wanted to cover? That might be all the stuff on the story. Should I talk about the next biggest thing, the gameplay? So, the actual gameplay, like, within Tartarus and fighting shadows and bosses and stuff like that, I feel like the bosses are probably the part that I had the most fun playing this game. Like, those were pretty fun, I would say here. We'll see here. I'm going through my review, and then I'm going, like, right to sleep. I got through story, now I'm talking about gameplay, and that'll take me a little while, but we'll see here. So, I definitely had the most fun with the bosses. There's a lot of stuff that I really liked about the gameplay. Like, a lot of stuff that's the same as Persona 5, like, you're fusing personas and making builds and making all sorts of, like, combinations. Yeah, I probably will eat a little bit. Maybe I'll have, like, some yogurt or something like that, is what I might just have. That kind of stuff I still liked. The Merciless difficulty in this was just, like, the hardest difficulty. Unlike Persona 5, where, from what I've heard, Merciless is the hardest difficulty during bosses, but hard mode is the hardest for, like, random encounters. Because Merciless actually changes how the game works. What with weaknesses being hit, like, a whole lot harder. And I do like it when games change how they play in some way with their hardest difficulties. The example that I always use is The Last of Us Grounded mode, which I went right into, where normally when you play The Last of Us, you have a mode called Listen mode, where you can hold a button, and then you can see people through walls, and you can come up with your routes and the directions you're going to sneak around based off of that, because you can see them through the walls. Whereas on Grounded mode, you don't have that, and you just have to actually have your volume way up, be listening really close for their skip stomps and different sounds, and be looking really close as well. And if you die, it's not a big deal anyway, because, like, the checkpoints are pretty frequent. So you can just, like, factor that in. You've only lost, like, a minute or two of progress, and now you know there's someone on that route that's gonna be coming around this corner at that time, and you can get a little bit better at it each time and iterate on it until you get through, and that's something that I liked about it. And another thing that I liked about Grounded mode is how it turned off your UI for things like your current gun and how much ammo is currently in it and how much you have, like, stole in your bag, I guess, or in your pocket or whatever the heck. Like, it's a very standard thing for a lot of video games to have, like, an icon of the gun that you currently have equipped, the ammo that's currently in it, and, like, the ammo that you can still load into it. But in Grounded mode, it turns it off. So it is completely up to you to keep track of your bullets through, like, your other menus, and if your gun is currently loaded. And there would be cases, well, you can just keep on hitting the reload button to make sure that all your guns are fully loaded. Like, it's just like real life, where you just check, is what it is. And there would be cases where there would be, like, some guy or some zombie charging at me, so I pull out my pistol and I go to shoot, and it just goes click, and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to load, and then the guy kills me. And it's like, that is completely on me. I forgot to load it. That is completely my fault. So then, like, I respawn, and it's like, okay, load that gun, and now I know that's loaded. And, like, it felt very deserved, and I was like, yep, that's on me. So having to keep track of that mentally, keeping track of like where people are, paying attention to where people are, and keeping track like in my head of what my bullet count is at, and if I'm not sure, just checking by pulling out the gun and hitting the reload button. Like, it just felt very authentic, and it kept me like really engaged. I actually really liked the grounded mode. I had a lot of fun with it, and having a mode like that completely changes how you play the game, taking it from like a very standard kind of stealth shooty kind of game into you need to treat this like very realistically and actually keep track of a bunch of stuff at once. It was actually really cool. So I think grounded mode in The Last of Us is my favorite hardest difficulty in a game that changes how the game is played. It's kind of interesting in Persona 5 as well, with like the whole weakness hitting super hard, and you have to like figure out how to play around that. A lot of the time it helps you more than it harms you. It definitely harms you more in bosses, and it would cause like a lot of moments of panic in bosses for sure. I feel like Merciless mode could have done away with the whole you get 1.2 times the experience, where it's like, okay, well, you're getting more experience and your level is getting higher than it would under normal circumstances. Like, what's up with that? But I did like how it was doing something different and changed how the game worked normally. It is a little bit silly how it's like, it's not the hardest difficulty in some circumstances, like maybe hardest in some circumstances, but I still appreciate it trying something different. Merciless being the true hardest difficulty here at least gives me the assurance that like, hey, I am playing on the like for sure hardest difficulty, and that's what I'm conquering. Man, there's a whole lot of absolutely nothing's being redeemed nonstop in chat right now. But Merciless also wasn't very hard. I feel like of course it'd be like super hard if I'm doing things like the super boss of Elizabeth, or if I'm trying to beat the Reaper while I don't have Armageddon. And that was actually really engaging. I actually had a lot of fun being the Reaper without Armageddon. That was a good time there. So there were definitely times that it would challenge me, and for the most part, a lot of this game felt like, okay, yeah, this is like challenging, but not like out of this world difficulty. But then once I started getting to the mid game, when I started getting access to like more broken options, I started employing those, especially when I started using things like Siegfried. It's like, okay, well, now I'm just stomping through the game, and the game difficulty isn't really going up in accordance with the degree that I am now able to stomp everybody else's faces in. So I definitely felt a lot more challenged in the first half of the game, and in the second half, like, I just kind of steamed through things. And I mean, I was taking time to make personas and like build them and make strong things. But the moment I started doing that, it's just like, alright, well, here's like a free pass through the game, even on Merciless difficulty. So Merciless did not feel very hard. Like, it didn't really stand up to a difficulty mode called Merciless, you know? So I always play games on the hardest difficulty on this channel, and I always like it when games feel like really challenging, but not impossible. This was not super duper challenging. I don't know what the expected level to be at before the final boss was. Like, it might not have been balanced around someone that's level 99 and ready to, like, defeat the super boss, since the super boss was clearly very much harder than the final boss. But when I was going through phases, in a single hit for each phase, I was questioning, like, oh, is there some, like, weird thing going on where the final boss just regenerates health over and over again, and every single hit I do is going to take it to 1 health? And it took me a little bit to realize, and I'm pretty sure it was told to me, that I was just doing so much damage that it was just deleting phases immediately. And it's like, oh, okay, I didn't really realize. So, yeah, it was very easy. If I had just gone right through to the final boss and not beat the Reaper a bunch of times, gotten to level 99 and made, like, my final Persona build, I'm sure the final boss would have been harder. But even just having Siegfried the way that I did, it was mostly Siegfried that I was using to wreck the final boss. Like, it wasn't that bad. It's important to make the distinction this is a problem with the remake rather than the original game. Yeah, since there's like new gameplay things like you being able to control your allies in this game. But yeah, holy cow, you're up late. Yep. My whole quick one and done, just go do the last few days and beat the final boss of this game, end up being an 8-hour stream. So, yeah, it took a little bit longer than expected, but I'm at the end now. I'm just giving my final review, and then I'm wrapping up here. A casual 5 a.m. stream. So this was a decent Final Fantasy game, that's right. So it was definitely getting less engaging as it went on, the gameplay there, just because like I was just like wrecking things. It was kind of satisfying for a little while to be wrecking things, but after a while it's just like, okay, I'm not really getting challenged anymore. It was kind of funny at the end to be like kicking in all the final boss's faces, but yeah, I got a little bit hyped when I thought this is gonna be a one-on-one with me and like the true final boss at the end, because I knew I had the strength to take it on. But like maybe they assumed that not everyone would have, and figured that like Nyx before that point would be like the main final boss that would actually be more challenging for people, and so it was just scripted at the end, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I don't get to use like my super busted builds at the end there. I did appreciate the greater variety when it came to Persona 5, with like the different palaces and how completely different themed there are. Like, I know that there was different themes going on across the different floors of Tartarus, but Tartarus just felt like so samey, even outside of the themes. Like, you're facing all these border floor bosses, and at a certain point, so many of them just become like reskins of one another, and it just feels so generic, and they have no connection to the story like palace bosses would have in Persona 5. And it just felt like I was slowly chipping away at this one dungeon, expecting something to happen at the very end. But, like, the whole dungeon before that point is just, yep, here's a whole bunch of just samey. You're just gaining levels and facing tougher and tougher foes as you go on that look and feel basically the same and like reskins of one another all throughout it. So that definitely dragged on a decent bit. Tartarus is a little less samey in the original. Interesting. But yeah, I never played any Persona games. I would highly recommend Persona 5. I would not highly recommend Persona 3 here that I just finished. I think the cons outweigh the pros of this game. This game does have some pretty big pros, but I think the cons outweigh them. So still a problem in the original, but still a remake issue. Interesting. So that's the way that I found, like, the actual action kind of gameplay there. Is there anything else I wanted to mention about, like, the action-y kind of gameplay slash stuff with Tartarus? That might be it. Persona 4 Golden and Persona 5 Strikers. Okay, so you have, like, the spin-off sequel to Persona 5, but not actual Persona 5. I've yet to play Strikers. I'll do that one day. And I've heard, like, yeah, apparently Persona 4 is really good there. I guess I'll go into the day-to-day now. Oh my god, what a slog. This kind of ties into the story, but again, without there being, like, other stuff going on in the meantime to, like, catch my interest, and without, like, other activities that I could be engaging in to the same degree as something like Persona 5, like, my options felt a lot more limited in this game in terms of, like, what I was using my time slots on in the day-to-day. And the main gameplay of the day-to-day literally just felt like daytime, progress one person's social link, and then evening, either progress one of the few social links, or do one of the hangouts with people in the dorm, or go play a video game. Or earlier in the game, go raise academics, I guess, is what it would be. And it just became like the same loop over and over and over again without anything changing, and it wasn't engaging. Like, I could at least feel like I was making progress with the social links, where it's like, oh, I go from rank 2 to rank 3, or rank 6 to rank 7, where it's like, I'm clearly making progress and I can feel good about these numbers going up. But in Persona 5, there was like skills that you would get from different people at different ranks that directly change your gameplay immediately and give you like new perks in different ways, some of which can like very drastically change the game. But in this, the only bonus that came from advancing social links is you get like the extra EXP on Persona Fusion. And then when you hit rank 10, then there's a new persona that you can fuse, like way late in the game, because they're probably going to be high level personas. And then I guess like the changes with like the end is the case. Yep, 5 is on like every platform. It's on Xbox, it's on PlayStation, it's on PC, and it's even on Nintendo Switch. I played the Nintendo Switch version when I played it. It came out at the end of 2022, is what it was. I know because I was in Italy at the time. And I started my Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope from an Airbnb in Italy, is the case. And I did a full playthrough of Assassin's Creed Chronicles India while I was there, with like Italian mountains in the background behind me. That was kind of fun. So at least I was progressing something by doing those, but it just felt like it wasn't really all that impactful. It felt like I felt obligated to do it, despite how little it did, just because my limited time slots, there's only so much of in the game, feel like they would be going to waste. I'm not really the biggest fan of like the calendar kind of system, where it's like there's a lot of time in the game, but it is a finite amount, which means if you're not making the most of every single time slot, it feels like you're wasting it. And that's like a maximum strength ceiling that you would be able to hit that you've just like lowered the bar on, and that doesn't feel good. So even though I never really plan on 100%ing games on this channel, very rarely, I felt very obligated to be making the most of every single day because there's a finite amount, because there's only so many before the game ends. So by having a calendar system, it makes you want to make the most, it makes you want to min-max every single day because there's only so many. So I felt obligated to keep on doing these social links despite how little they did. And so here I am just doing this stuff over and over and over again and getting bored out of my mind, and it's giving me like barely anything in the way of perks. And it just felt like I was trapped in some cycle, and it was not fun. I really did not enjoy that, just the day-to-day over and over again, doing social links over and over again, a lot of which weren't very strong, and with the only gameplay benefit being that I'm gonna get a little bit more bonus experience when I fuse a persona in that Arcana, and then eventually unlock a new persona when I max it out. Like, it was really cool to have, like, the skills along the way in Persona 5, where it's like, ooh, once I get to this rank with this person, I'll get that skill. Ooh, this person over here, once I get to that rank. Like, I know that this was an earlier game, and it is cool how, like, the series learns since then, but it makes me really, really appreciate the systems in Persona 5 a lot more after playing this game. Because, yeah, gameplay-wise, for a lot of it, that, too, is just a whole nothing burger for a really long time as well. So I found myself getting really, really bored with this game a lot of the time, and I can guarantee you if I wasn't a content creator, I would not have finished this game. I would have gotten bored, I would have put it down, I would have played things I would have been more interested in, and told myself, maybe I'll play Persona 3 sometime later if I get around to it, and then never picked up Persona 3 again. I can guarantee that's what would have happened. I am very glad that there was a remake of this game, because I feel like if I had played the original while dealing with these problems and potentially other things like party member AI not really doing what I want it to do, I would have gotten even more bored out of my mind. So I feel like this is probably a better version, but like, it still carries a lot of the problems of the original. Party AI is not that bad? Okay. But yeah, I like 4 more, but they're both good. Gotcha there. That might be all the stuff I have to say about the gameplay. There's not as much to say about that. Oh, I wish that there were social links, like proper social links for the male party members as well, instead of just social links for the female party members and linked episodes for the guy party members, so that the female party members can lead to romance options, while the guys are just like a smaller amount of hangouts just for their character arcs and stuff. It would be nice if there was like actual proper links for them as well, and then you get like more chance to like truly explore their character. That's like both story and gameplay. It would have been cool if the game was more transparent about things, like the rules of Elizabeth's fight, the hidden rules there. It would have been nice to have access to things like the online URL to advance someone's social link, like bonus points during a nighttime time slot. It would have been nice to have access to that earlier in the game, or know that it would be something coming up, something like that. Because that turned out to be a very helpful tool, and I wish I had known about that earlier. I don't know. I wish that there was like more software to use on the shared computer, because I feel like that ran out very fast. That I spent all that. You do have to learn the system of their AI though. Oh, interesting. Maybe that's all the gameplay things now? Some of Elizabeth's requests, there was no way I'd be figuring out without Google searches. I will say, it gives you like 10 or so different AI settings that you'll switch between depending on what you need. Oh, huh. Interesting. That might be all the gameplay-wise stuff. Art style, it's pretty good. Like, it's a pretty beautiful looking game. I definitely had like a decent amount of frame drops at some point. I don't know, at some points. I don't know if that was a PC version thing. Like, I have Task Manager pulled up on my TV screen up there. It's never like it was maxing out like my CPU or my GPU or anything like that. So there was resources that I wasn't using, and it was still like getting frame drops. Like, I could definitely tell the frame rate was a lot lower in some sections than some others. And while the main cast looked really good, the other characters, like the main cast and everybody that you have a social link with, I'd say looked good and had a lot of detail around their face. But the other characters, they looked kind of like they were just like a 3D face model, and then like face details that were like PNGs that were like pasted onto the model, rather than it like truly being a part of the model itself. And maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what was going on there. So whenever you were like up close to like one of the models of the teachers, or like a different NPC or something like that, and you look close to their face, and it's like, ugh, that's a little odd. So while the main cast and social links looked genuinely good, the other characters literally just looked like they were mannequins that somebody put stickers of like eyes on, is what it kind of looked like to me, at least. But like generally the graphics were pretty good, and I liked a lot of the visual effects. The UI, just like P5, is like really cool and amazingly charming. I do think I like the UI in P5 a bit better. Like, you go into a shop and it feels like the shop has like a lot more unique themes. Like, you go into the doctor's clinic, for example, and there's like the little UI bit of the doctor in the chair that's like changing positions and going to different ways as you're going through the different menus. Or like the gun store where you have EY's face and that's moving and doing different things when you're going through the different menus. I feel like this game didn't really have that. Like, it did still have like cool UI things, and still had like more charming UI than a lot of games I've played, but the menus felt a lot more generic. Like, the medicine shop, the pharmacy, for example, that was a very generic menu, for example. The police station had a little bit of charm with like the whole revolver on the side and the keep out tape that's like going across and stuff like that. The antique shop was a little bit different, and I don't know. It had charm. It had more charm than like an average game that I play. Definitely not as much by that. But yeah, Persona 5 definitely has the best UI by far. Persona 3 Reload is the only one that can remotely contest it. And yeah, I feel like Persona 5 still like wins in that category. So like the UI, I feel like could have been better if it was more Persona 5 like, you could say, where each bit of UI for each facility that you go into is like super themed around it, and like the different characters that are moving across the menus as you do the as you go through like the different menus and sub-menus and stuff like that. I feel like we didn't have that as much in this game compared to 5. I feel like some sections of the game looked a little bit weird, like some of the walls of the dorm and stuff like that literally looked like, especially with the doors. Like, the doors looked like they were just pasted onto the walls, much like the eyes of so many of the characters looked like they were just pasted as, like, PNGs on a model. Like, the doors were obviously 3D, but they looked very pasted onto the walls in the dorm, and not like something that naturally exists there. Like, it felt very kind of Unity slapped together, like, some areas like that. Some areas looked really good and charming, other areas not. I also don't know why in the Polonia Mall there would be like bits of the ground that were like flashing rapidly, like a lot of the black lines that were going across. Even when I click off the game, they would keep flashing like that when everything paused, and it was odd. I'll see graphical glitches like that in games a lot of the time, but it's still like one of those kind of jarring things that kind of gets to me a little bit. Quite honestly, no UI in any game even comes close to contest Persona 5. Yeah, I can agree with that. And you do sacrifice a little bit of usability that way, like maybe things become a little bit harder to understand. Sakurai actually did a really good video on that, where it's like you can make it like super charming and stylized, but you also have to try and make it like easy to understand. I think Persona 5 strikes a really good balance of that, but for like someone playing their first ever game, they might find it a little bit difficult to navigate. I could potentially see that being the case. I think that's everything I wanted to mention about art style. The music, just like any Persona game I've heard the OST of, music in this game was definitely really good, but there were some themes I would definitely get tired of because I would just hear them over and over again. Like the Exploring Around Tartarus theme, I've heard so much of that at this point. The generic battle theme over and over again, I've heard so much of that. Like, I liked how Persona 5 had different music for like normal encounter and an ambush encounter for a little bit of variety's sake. For like, I forget what the normal battle theme is versus takeover for the ambush battle theme. It's a little bit more variety that way. But like all the Tartarus themes I started getting like really samey. And like the themes as I was exploring around the world, I started getting so dang tired of those. I was so hyped when like the soundtrack changed up with like the changing seasons like towards the end. But I was getting so dang tired, and I had heard like the same themes over and over and over and over again by that point. But the soundtrack is really good, I will say, and there are some absolute bangers in the soundtrack. Yeah, Change of Seasons is a really great theme there, but so many themes where it's like, oh yeah, I'm in the classroom, I know exactly what's gonna be playing here. Oh, I'm in the dorm, I know exactly what's gonna be playing here, and it's just in my head and doesn't stand out all that much anymore at that point. So yeah, I can't grow tired of it, and fair enough with that. It do be a slapper. I think that's everything. We went through story, gameplay, art style, and music. So there were things that I did really like about this game. It does have some really, really good stuff about it. But because of how much of a nothing burger so much of this game is, I just can't find the good stuff about it justifying the bazillion nothing burger that you have to slog through to get there. Like, at one point I thought about comparing it to One Piece, now that I'm pretty deep into that, feeling like the pacing of this game is like One Piece, but it's not, because now that I'm pretty deep into One Piece, I can say that things are always happening in One Piece, just so slowly, in super slow motion, whereas in this, it's like, things happen at a normal pace, and then here's nothing for the next, like, 2 months. Oh, and then here's some important things happening in this little smidge, and then here's a whole bunch of nothing happening for the next couple months. So, I feel like I would prefer things are always happening, but slowly, over here's just nothing happening forever, and then a smidge of something happening, and then nothing happening, like, forever. But neither are great formats. And yeah, I can agree with that. There are some that are just like, yeah, there's literally no point to this, and are made as filler for the whole weekly episodes I wanted to get. But yeah, listening to both Changing Seasons and your affection for hours on end? Am I affection? What does that mean? I'll really quickly have a look-see just at the menu of this. Let's see, or there's an intro with it. Let's just see this as a little bit of a preview for the next time. Just as a little bit of a teaser. That's what we do. And I'll start playing this whenever I can be bothered. Sometime before Christmas, so I can start doing a little bit of grinding on my laptop while I'm away. I think that makes sense. So, this playthrough isn't done yet. There's still this additional story to go. But, like, the main game, the main thing that we came here for is done. And yeah, things I really liked about it, things I really didn't like about it. It was a, it was, I guess, what you could define as, like, a mixed bag for me, quite frankly. Now that it's done, I don't regret playing it. Now it's, like, something that I can draw examples to in, like, video essays or general discussions. I want to talk about, like, pacing or story handling or various different things. Like, now it's a game that's under my belt and I can use it as an example when I want to and, like, compare it to other things. But again, if I wasn't a content creator, I don't think I would have beaten this game. I don't think it would have engaged me long enough. This theme is definitely a bit of a slapper, huh? Oh, we're going up against that bish, whoever that is. Now, Aegis is Orpheus or something or other. I'm pretty sure Aegis is the one that you play as in this, and, like, you can fuse personas and stuff with her. Episode Aegis. I've heard extremely mixed things about Episode Aegis. Like, a lot of people really, really don't like the story of it. So, yeah, we'll see what this is like. Yeah, it's definitely a very good example of things to do and not to do. Yes, very much so. Well, I can't wait for Harmonia to experience the infamous fight. Uh-oh, which one's the infamous fight? Oh, there's that bitch. I guess she joins our side at some point here. Episode Aegis. I'm gonna have to figure out how the heck to fit that on thumbnails. So I'm gonna have to do. And we're all in the dorm here, but without my dude. So maybe this'll be like the story of how we save my dude and bring him back. We basically do like the post-game of Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon or something here. I don't know. But yeah. It's a spoiler, but the ending is, yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it is. I've just heard that a lot of people aren't really that big on it. So I guess I'll find out. So I'll start playing this sometime before Christmas, again, so I can play it a bit on my laptop while I'm away anyway. But most likely this will be something that I beat sometime in the new year. Most likely here. But hey, at least the main game is beaten. It was only, like, probably, what, like a 210-ish part series? Man, is this finale part gonna be, like, 4 hours long? Maybe the new longest finale part I've ever done on this channel. But, yeah. Yeah, and that's what I've heard, is, like, the story reasons. So, yeah. And apparently you fight Joker somewhere here, because Persona 5 is a thing that exists now, so they were like, oh, let's put Joker in there somewhere as a fight. And apparently Joker has his whole rules and stuff, too, and I'm gonna have to, like, prepare for him and stuff, so, yeah. So I'll start playing this at some point when I can be bothered. Before Christmas. And it's currently 5:18 in the morning. I don't actually know when we're heading out to this Christmas party. I'll get what kind of hours of sleep I can, which might not be a lot, but we'll see here. I think, yeah, it's a whole separate save slot, so I'd go, like, new game and stuff here. So, yeah, hopefully I don't pass out and be super tired. I mean, I operated through, like, a day of work on, like, a few hours of sleep after, like, 3D printing through the night and needing to monitor for color changes and stuff like that. So I'm sure this Christmas party will be just fine, and I'll get to bed, like, really early tomorrow. Well, today, technically. Better than no sleep at all. It do be. I'll get a few winks here. Almost nothing positive I can say about the answer. The music is good, and Joker's in it, which means it's 10 out of 10 masterpiece, because he's the guy from the hit video game Persona 5. Whoa. You know, it's so true. Well, 5:19. I've been streaming for 8 hours, 34 minutes, 39 seconds. I thought this was going to be a relatively short stream. Just give one attempt to the super boss, show the pre-recorded video of me doing it if I don't do it in that first attempt on stream, do the last few floors, beat the 2 SEGA bosses, like, super easily, and then probably kick the final boss's shit in, and then, like, the credits are gonna roll, and then, like, and then I go to bed. 8.5 hours later. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have put it past this game to find a way to make things take forever one last time. And there's still more to do, because I guess here and stuff, so I'll start that next time. But yeah, the main game is beaten. This might be the new longest finale part ever on this channel, because holy crap, this has got to be like 3 or 4 hours at this point. Relieved that this game is finally beaten. A bit tired. I think I'm going to be really feeling it when I wake up and I'm, like, super tired and, like, half dead. Yeah. I mean, I did get a lot of sleep tonight, because of my whole being, like, sleep deprived yesterday. I didn't do, like, any late night stream chilling yesterday. I just got home from work, and I went right to bed, like, soon after. Well, not right from work. There was that whole Christmas party, so I got home, like, pretty late into the evening, and I just went right to bed. And I slept in until, like, noon today, so I had a lot of sleep. Now here I am, staying up late again, and now gonna have, like, not all that much sleep. I'm gonna have to, like, repeat the cycle over again with getting to bed early, so it might not be any late night chilling tomorrow. I mean, technically today, because I might not be feeling up to it. And, hey look, one last best viewers bot for the road. Go ahead and ban that really quickly. One last one for the road. So yeah, I'm certainly doing something to my sleep. This is probably not a good thing to do after finally recovering from being sick for 2 weeks. So I'm going to try and get a lot of rest. So yeah, appreciate everybody who tuned into the final stream of main game Persona 3 Reload. It only took me like 10 plus months here. And yeah, next time will be the answer. What will the answer be? It's probably C.